Hey folks, before we spill the secret that makes even your ex's drama look like a sitcom, smash that like button and toss a comment about the most ridiculous love gamble you've taken. Imagine walking into a dimly lit hallway where the scent of stale coffee and broken promises hangs thicker than the wallpaper. And now dim the lights, curl up with a blanket that smells like your grandma's couch, and let's tiptoe into the precarious balcony of romance. You feel the wobble under your feet as a half-hearted text flickers on the screen. The buzz of your phone vibrating like a nervous beetle against your thigh, while the air tastes like cheap perfume and regret. And the city's neon signs outside remind you that love's a roller coaster run by a bored amusement park operator. So, are you ready to pull back the curtain, reveal the whispered secret, and maybe, just maybe, learn why the heart often crashes like a Wi-Fi signal at 3 a.m.? Let us know below. In the charming village of Eldenwood, where the air smelled like baked bread and fresh rain on cobblestones, Alara's heart raced as she peeked into the shadowy corners of her ancestral home's attic. Dust motes danced like lost stars in the beams of sunlight filtering through the small, cobwebbed window. It was there, nestled between moth-eaten shawls and a decidedly terrifying assortment of antique dolls that seemed to watch her every move. She encountered a trunk, ancient and dressed in peeling paint, that whispered of decades gone by. With a grunt that could only be attributed to too many late nights binge-watching thrilling detective shows, she pried it open, releasing a cloud of dust that made her sneeze, cliché, but utterly poetic in that moment. And then, nestled inside, she found them. A collection of letters, envelopes yellowed and fragile, yet bursting with the kind of drama that would make even Shakespeare roll his eyes in envy. As Alara unfolded the first letter, the scent of old paper mingled with the faint fragrance of lavender, costly perfumes that had once graced her great-grandmother Beatrice's skin. Each word she read thrummed with passion, longing, and a little bit of that earth-shattering heartache that she felt after her own recent breakup, which still tasted bitter, like burnt popcorn. Beatrice's letters, filled with swirling ink and raw emotion, painted the image of a romance that danced close to the edge of scandal, proving that love can be as messy as a toddler with a fistful of frosting. And William, oh, William, the effortlessly charming suitor, appeared to be everything Alara's modern-day dating apps had promised. Dashing, poetic, and utterly enchanting. If only they came with a not being a jerk filter. She leaned into their story, forgetting her own troubles as she became swept away by a world where love letters were the ultimate form of communication, replaced, of course, by emojis, and ghosting in her own frustrating reality. Initially, lounging on the dusty attic floor with love letters scattered around her like confetti, particularly emotional rom-com screening. Alara savored this delightful descent into Beatrice's life. Each letter unveiled secrets wrapped in longing, the kind of secrets that made her feel both giddy and slightly voyeuristic, as though she were peering into a different era where men wore hats and courting was conducted with finesse, not via a quick swipe right. She chuckled at how simple the courting rules seemed. The gentlemen had to woo like they were auditioning for a period drama, while her generation grappled with the puzzle of deciphering one-liners laden with sarcasm and passive aggression. She could practically hear her great-grandmother's laughter mingling with the sound of an old phonograph, filling the air with a timeless melody, reminding her that heartbreak isn't new. It's as old as love itself, and perhaps it can even be just as funny at times. However, as she continued to delve deeper into Beatrice and William's correspondence, a melancholic undercurrent began to echo through their impassioned words. Alara felt the weight of unfulfilled promises and a love that seemed destined to be tested by the tides of time, much like her pair of favorite shoes that went out of style long before she could break them in. There was something heartbreaking, yet strangely hopeful, in the way Beatrice poured her soul onto the page, each letter reflecting not only deep love, but also a longing for connection that transcended boundaries, like a long-distance relationship before it was trendy. Alara couldn't help but wish she could summon the bravery of her great-grandmother, who faced love and loss with such determination, while she found herself wallowing in the ashes of her latest unremarkable romance. It was a bittersweet reminder that the pursuit of love, like an overcooked souffle, often resulted in a fluffy mess that left one both disappointed and yearning for the next attempt. Yet, with each letter unfurled, Alara found herself not only piecing together a story of heartbreak, but crafting her own sobering yet hopeful word collage about resilience. It became clear that the whispers of the past carried wisdom, like her grandmother's ancient recipes, that could help her navigate the turbulent waters of her own heart. She let out a deep breath, feeling lighter, as if the letters were guiding her toward understanding that heartbreak is merely the other side of hope's coin, one that often needs a good polishing. She finally closed the last letter, a smile breaking through her nostalgia, feeling not quite so alone in her struggles. After all, if her great-grandmother could find love amid the uncertainty of life and love's chaos, couldn't she at least dare to hope for a little romance with a lot less drama, and maybe even a happy ending of her own? As Alara unravels the crinkled, yellowed love letters, the air thickens with the scent of aged paper and dusty memories. Each script, looped and laced in elegant cursive, sings of Beatrice's clandestine romance with William, a forbidden ballad that echoes through time. It's a story painted in vibrant hues of longing and sorrow, where dreams are woven together with threads of despair. In a world where love is subjected to the cruel barbs of societal expectations, Alara feels a tingling connection to Beatrice's plight, as if the past has cast its spell, summoning her into the heart of the labyrinth of forbidden love. What's a love story without a little chaos? She chuckles to herself, all too aware of the irony that such passion often brews in the shadows of scandal. Beatrice's letters pulse with the fervor of a heart caught in a tempest, and Alara can almost feel the ache that reverberates through the faded ink. As she reads about moonlit rendezvous and whispered promises, the world outside fades into a dull hum, the chirping of crickets replaced by the symphony of bittersweet longing. The irony isn't lost on Alara. Here she is, tucked away in her quiet corner, emboldened by another woman's joy and tragedy. With each word, she sits on a roller coaster of emotions, swinging from the dizzying heights of Beatrice's dreams to the crushing lows of heartbreak. Shouldn't love be like a blockbuster romance, with grand gestures and tearful reunions? Instead, it dances on the knife's edge of despair, dangerously close to the horror movie of lost opportunity and regret. The letters are more than mere relics. They are windows into an enchanting yet harsh reality, where Beatrice's heart aches in rhythm with her pen strokes. Alara can picture the fleeting smiles and quiet sighs, the smells of wildflowers caught in the morning breeze, as Beatrice dreamed of life with William. But lurking behind those flowery words lies the bitter truth. Beatrice was promised to another, her future sealed like a boxed-up relic collecting dust. It reminds Alara of a scene from a rom-com, the main character trapped between duty and desire, sweeping her dreams under the rug. Except in this tale, there's no safe landing. The stakes are painfully high, and the choices unduly heavy. Gradually, Alara's own heart begins to hum to the same melancholy tune, her thoughts swirling in a dance of hope and disillusionment. She can't help but question her own reality. Tapping into those nostalgic narratives she clung to like a security blanket. Love, she muses, shouldn't be treated like a Netflix subscription, easy to start, tough to carry on, but oh so easy to cancel when it gets too real. As Alara navigates the depths of Beatrice's sorrow, she unearths echoes of her own past heartbreaks, moments that twisted her insides and left scars she thought had faded. The letters serve not just as a window into Beatrice's soul, but a mirror reflecting her truths, showing her that pain can oftentimes be the catalyst for growth, even if it hits harder than a bad breakup song. In the end, Alara finds that these whispered secrets from the past hold a unique power. They stitch together the frayed threads of understanding between her and Beatrice. Each letter, a pulse point of hope wrapped in despair, whispers quietly that love isn't just a fairy tale. It's a wild, chaotic adventure that won't always roll out like a scripted dialogue. With every heartfelt line, Alara comes to realize that heartbreak, while bruising, is the price of admission to love's grand roller coaster. It's messy, thrilling, and riddled with plot twists that would leave even the best screenwriters in awe. She laughs softly. Perhaps, at the end of the day, love knows no bounds, not time, nor societal shackles can truly contain its boundless spirit. Alara stood in the dim, dusty attic, the musty scent of old paper wrapping around her like a shroud. She stumbled upon a stack of yellowed letters, their edges frayed, and words of love dancing under a veil of time. Heartbreak lay heavy on her shoulders, its weight a familiar companion, as she pieced together the fragments of Beatrice's unspoken past. Each letter whispered secrets of a love that was both intoxicating and forbidden. It felt like opening a time capsule, yet not a single voice from the past seemed to call out to her. Instead, they murmured in shadows, leaving her with a mix of curiosity and dread. Was she ready to dive into this world where hope flickered dimly against the backdrop of tragedy? As fragile as a moth's wing in a fading light bulb, as Alara unfolded the final letter, the air around her thickened, laden with tension, and a hint of something more, like the smell of rain-soaked earth before a storm. Written in Beatrice's flowing script was a declaration that chilled Alara's spine, a decision that could have transformed everything for Beatrice, yet now lay buried in regret. Did love not conquer all? Alara mused, half-heartedly channeling a sappy rom-com, where unlikely lovers triumph against all odds. Yet here was Beatrice, caught in an iron web of societal expectations, where passion was smothered like a flickering candle in a gust. It struck her sharply. Love could be a beautiful mess, but it could also be the wrecking ball that brought down walls, both personal and societal, with the echoes of the letter still reverberating in her mind. Alara's curiosity transformed into an urgent quest. She stepped out into the vibrant colors of the town, seeking answers as if lost in a labyrinth of history. Each creaky door she knocked on opened a portal to another life, revealing townsfolk who had long since buried their histories beneath layers of everyday mundanity. There was Mrs. Waverley, with her sharp tongue and faster gossip, who spoke of Beatrice with a mix of fondness and pity, calling her the wild spirit of their generation. Alara laughed quietly at that. Wild spirit seemed an understatement for a woman whose heart was tangled in scandal. Yet there was something undeniably magnetic about Beatrice's reputation that pulled at Alara's heartstrings. Listening to the townsfolk, Alara painted portraits of Beatrice in her mind, each description like brush strokes on a canvas, more colorful than her own life. She was a siren in a world of fishermen, a flicker of brilliance in a town that revered convention over passion. The scent of baked bread wafted through the air from the nearby bakery, but the sweet aroma felt bittersweet now, a stark reminder of moments lost to time. Alara could almost hear Beatrice's laughter mingling with the sound of clinking teacups, echoing down the winding alleyways, yet the irony lay heavy in her chest. While everyone had their versions of Beatrice's tale, the real story was buried beneath layers of whispers and fears, waiting for Alara to unearth it like a treasure lying in the sand, half buried but shimmering with promise. As Alara continued her quest, the clash of hope and heartbreak resonated in her heart like a familiar song stuck on repeat. She found herself at the edge of the town's old square, the fading twilight casting an eerie glow on cobblestones that had witnessed countless tales of love and loss. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, filling her lungs with the scent of old memories, and she knew she was teetering on the brink of discovering not just Beatrice's past, but perhaps her own future as well. Each conversation unearthed truths wrapped in uncertainty, reshaping what she thought she knew about love, dreams, and the chaos in between. With a heart full of hope and a mind spinning with clues, she set forth into the dark, unknown like Indiana Jones. If Indiana had been armed with letters instead of a whip, and a search for emotional truth instead of ancient artifacts, in the dim light of a dusty attic, Alara stumbled upon a treasure buried beneath layers of forgotten memories and fraying boxes. The musty scent of old paper danced around her as she unearthed a leather-bound journal, its spine cracked and waiting to crack open the heart of its ghostly owner, Beatrice. With trembling hands, she flipped through the pages, the loopy handwriting revealing secrets so intimate they could make a soap opera blush. It wasn't just ink on paper, it was a tapestry woven from heartache and yearning, with each word echoing like a siren's call from another realm. Suddenly, the noise of the outside world faded, replaced by the whisper of Beatrice's dreams and fears, echoing through time like a haunting ballad from a long-forgotten jukebox. As Alara delved deeper into Beatrice's thoughts, she felt the sharp prick of familiarity. It was as if Beatrice's heart had been playing a bittersweet duet with her own. Here was a soul entangled in love's chaos, wrestling with the ghosts of choices long since made, and the pitifully tender ache of what could have been. Nostalgia draped itself around Alara like an old, moth-eaten shawl, a fabric soaked in regrets and unfulfilled promises, loading her own heart with a heavy mixture of empathy and irony. She realized that perhaps heartbreak was the ultimate unifier. Much like a bad reality TV show that you couldn't help but binge watch, she laughed softly, imagining Beatrice pouting over a missed chance at romance. Much like her favorite character in a rom-com, lovable, yet tragically flawed. Confronted with these vivid reflections, Alara felt a jolt of clarity surge through her. The parallels between Beatrice's past and her present unraveled like an intricate threadbare tapestry, connecting eras and emotions that seemed so distant. It was ironic. Here she was, standing in the shadow of someone else's choices, yet those very choices lit a beacon for her own. The realization hit her like that cringeworthy moment in every teen drama where the misfit suddenly becomes the hero. She had the power to write her own narrative, and with that revelation came the sensation of old baggage slipping away. It was as liberating as tossing out a pair of worn-out shoes that were 2 sizes too small. Yet the battle between holding onto memories and stepping into the unknown wasn't fairy tale easy. Memories of her own past still lingered like the scent of burnt popcorn that never quite clears out of the kitchen. There were moments shared and love stories that crashed and burned, a cacophony of laughter and tears. As bitter and sour as her last relationship had been like, that one time she tried a mystery-flavored jelly bean, there lay within it lessons that shaped her resilience. She could either let these memories chain her to the past, or turn them into the jet fuel, propelling her toward a dazzling new horizon where love awaited again. Ah, the sweet irony of owning your history while daring to dream anew. With determination knitting her brow, Alara embarked on a silent vow to herself, raising an inner glass to the gathered shards of her life. Just as Beatrice had penned her longings, Alara too would pen her story, filled with hope rather than heartbreak. The attic's stale air transformed into a breeze of fresh possibilities swirling around her, invigorating her spirit like a long-awaited vacation after a year at the in-laws. It was time to shelve the ghosts, to take those hidden letters and let them guide her toward love and happiness, rather than allowing them to haunt her. Alara stood taller, heart racing with anticipation for the journey ahead, a renewed belief that sometimes the heart's choice leads to the most magnificent chapters yet unwritten. In the quaint village of Eldermere, where the cobblestones hummed with historical whispers, and the air was thick with the scent of blooming lavender and fresh-baked bread, Alara stood at the center of an unexpected gathering, clutching Beatrice's letters like precious relics. She felt the weight of hope and heartbreak entwined. much like the wild vines creeping up the old stone walls. With each carefully articulated word, she unfolded her ancestors' deferred dreams, revealing a tapestry of longing and vulnerability. The villagers listened in rapt attention, some biting their nails, others wiping away tears, as if they were being swept up into a romantic comedy where the leads finally find love after many awkward and messy misadventures. Of course, dare to love, Alara urged, even if it means risking a broken heart. She knew the power of words. After all, she had seen a spider spin a web from nothing but a dream and a flicker of hope every morning in her window. The effect was electric, crackling through the crowd like a summer storm. As if by some delightful magic, Alara's passionate recitations transformed the villagers. Grumpy widows turned wistful. Grumpy widowers pretended not to wipe their eyes. And teenagers exchanged glances filled with unspoken confessions. It wasn't just Beatrice's letters. The power of vulnerability resonated like a familiar pop song, the kind you sang in the shower, but didn't dare to belt out in public until now. With each reading, Alara was not merely recounting tales of loss, but forming a bridge, a shimmering pathway to healing for the heartbroken souls around her. They began to share their own stories, stories that had been tucked away like forgotten dolls in dust-covered attics, hidden but never erased from their hearts. As the days rolled on and laughter replaced sorrow in coffee shop conversations, the village transformed into a living tapestry of shared experiences. Alara noticed an elderly gentleman, once known for his scowls, now chuckling as he recounted his own young love saga, the one that had ended in a dramatic proposal, gone wrong involving a chicken and a thunderstorm. Never ask for the details. This was the miracle of Beatrice's letters. They acted like a key, turning the locks on people's fears and insecurities, leading to an opening of doors that had long been shut. Alara herself found joy in watching two young lovers, once shy and fumbling, now exchanging winks and stolen glances as they danced beneath the evening stars. Hope hung in the air like the smell of rain, fresh and invigorating, promising new beginnings and brave new loves, even amidst the remnants of old wounds. But with all this newfound enthusiasm came the bittersweet reality that healing wasn't simply a fairy tale affair. Alara learned that heartache doesn't just disappear like a favorite sitcom character, poof. It lingers, lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce when one least expects it. As she nestled into bed one evening, with Beatrice's letters scattered like fallen petals around her, memories of past loves began to claw at her heart, reminding her of the laughter, the warmth, but most painfully, the inevitable separation. It was as if her own fears were stage diving into the spotlight, urging her to stay under the covers forever. But Alara, now armed with the courage of past generations, decided she would not be cast as the victim of her own narrative. Instead, she resolved to rewrite her story, pen in hand, allowing the ink to flow like a river of hope into new possibilities. So, with the laughter of her village echoing in her heart, Alara stepped out into the world anew, invigorated by the connections forged through the sharing of letters. Love, she realized, was not just about finding perfect happiness. After all, even the quirkiest rom-coms end with the couple tripping over their own feet at least once on their way to the altar. It was about embracing the messy, unpredictable journey, experiencing joy and pain, and knowing that each step, no matter how awkward, was a step toward healing. As the sun kissed the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Alara understood that she was ready to dive back into love's tumultuous ocean, unafraid to get wet and wild. With Beatrice's indomitable spirit woven into her own, Alara was reborn into hope, ready to pen her own chapters in the great story of love. In the heart of Elder Grove, where the cobblestone streets seemed to hum with the laughter of children, and the enticing aroma of roasted chestnuts filled the air, the annual harvest festival bloomed. Lanterns swayed gently in the cool autumn breeze, casting golden light on the vibrant stalls brimming with pumpkins as large as a small car, and ciders so sweet they could put candy corn to shame. Leela, a whirlwind of color and creativity, darted between booths like a butterfly drawn to bright flowers, her paint-stained hands already dreaming of new canvas. It was there, amidst the jovial chaos, that her keen eyes locked onto Aidan, his dark curls reminiscent of a brooding figure sketched in charcoal. A man hiding in plain sight under the twinkling stars, and the happy chattering of villagers around them. Aidan, with a heart heavy as a lead balloon, half listened to the festive tunes that hung in the air like a familiar yet haunting melody. His gaze followed Leela, enchanted by her laughter that floated like music, cutting through the noise, while also adding a sweet layer of something he hadn't known he was missing. Art was a different world for him, filled with complex canvases and tortured verses. But Leela painted with the wild abandon of someone who'd never faced a blank page and thought it feared her. As he edged closer, the shadows of his past whispered warnings, yet the warmth of her presence beckoned him, softening the edges of his guarded heart. The stars twinkled like mischievous friends, as if they were clinking glasses in approval. And just as the clock struck 9, Leela found herself beside him, her paintbrush dreams filled with curiosity. They exchanged stories like children trading marbles, laughing as they revealed crumbs of their truths, each tale soaked in colors of passion and blurred in shadows of pain. Leela spoke of wild adventures, her vivid imagination painting landscapes of grandeur, while Aiden's voice was like a well-worn book, rich with layers, yet underscored by a lingering sorrow that made Leela lean in closer, eager to decipher every word. The scent of fallen leaves mixed with the sweetness of festival pies, wrapping around them as they created a fragile bubble of connection amidst the chaos, as if the world outside had faded away, leaving only the two of them and their swelling dreams, just as their laughter blended harmoniously, hinting at a deep-seated understanding. The winds shifted, whispering secrets that made Aiden's brow furrow. In the briefest moment, the air thickened with untold histories. Aiden's hidden past crept into the festive atmosphere like an uninvited guest, whose presence cast a shadow over the golden glow of their encounter. Leela noticed the shiver that ran through him, like a phantom passing by, and like any true artist faced with a canvas, she reached out, her touch gentle yet electric. It was an act that spoke volumes, grounding them, whilst reminding Aiden of the burdens he carried, the guilt, the pain, the memories of a life that felt like a distant tale told at a campfire, half remembered and heavy with meaning. Yet the night was not just one of melancholy. It was also an awakening. With a bright, cheeky grin, Leela suggested they paint the stars, a whimsical endeavor that made Aiden chuckle despite his turmoil, and the laughter felt like a balm to their weary souls. The two strangers found a small corner of the festival, far from prying eyes, and as Leela picked up a discarded paintbrush, their shared laughter painted daring strokes across their hearts, banishing the shadows for just a moment. On that glorious evening, surrounded by the laughter of the festival, Leela and Aiden discovered not just each other, but a fleeting, tender promise of stories yet to be told and experiences yet to be lived, weaving their fractured pasts into a shared tapestry that glimmered with potential and hope. In the amber glow of dusk, Leela and Aiden found themselves seated beneath the great oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching like the fingers of ancient lovers. The air around them buzzed with the electricity of unspoken emotions, while crickets serenaded the twilight with a chorus that seemed to echo their heartbeats. As a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, Leela's heart raced, not just from delight, but from the weight of her concealed memories. She turned to Aiden, his eyes a tapestry of warmth and curiosity, and felt the familiar dread creep in like a shadow in the corner of a well-lit room. Would sharing her past push them apart, like a cheap romance novel where the hero rides off into the sunset, leaving the heroine bathed in tears? It was a gamble, one that she was willing to take if only to finally lighten her heart's heavy burden. With a trembling voice that quivered like a string ready to snap, Leela beckoned forth the ghosts of her past. The words spilled out, the story of a lost love that had crumbled like ancient ruins, each crack echoing the pain of heartbreak. She spoke of James, a fleeting passion colored with laughter and tear-streaked nights, the scent of his cologne still clinging to her like the lingering notes of a haunting melody. The hurt of betrayal now felt like shards of glass embedded deep within her, and she vividly recalled the way he vanished, leaving only questions dancing in the empty spaces of her mind. As her confession unfolded, the weight of the past wrapped around her heart, while the rustle of leaves bore witness to her unraveling tale. A cinematic moment straight out of a romantic tragedy that would have even made Shakespeare weep. Meanwhile, Aidan sat across from her, feeling the warmth of the campfire against his skin, each flicker of its flames mirroring the tumult within him. He knew this was the moment to peel back his own layers, to reveal the scars that had shaped him into who he was, confessing his tale of a muse who had turned out to be a pyromaniac in disguise. It was a sordid affair that began like a hit song destined for the top of the charts, only to crash on the ground with a resounding thud. As he shared laughter and tears about his artistic struggles intertwined with the betrayal, Aidan couldn't help but appreciate the irony. He had found beauty in their storm, yet it had left him drenched and shivering like a lost dog on a rainy night. With every word, he felt the shadows of the past ebbing, blending into the warmth of Leela's presence, creating a cozy sanctum of shared wounds and healing hopes. As the stars blinked awake above them, transformation rippled through the air. Leela and Aidan no longer just two souls destined for connection, but instead two travelers navigating the winding paths of their hearts. Vulnerability wove a delicate tapestry, binding them closer, while simultaneously introducing tantalizing threads of fear. Every raw confession echoed like the strangled notes of a power ballad, demanding attention and respect for the fragile histories that they both bore. Ahead, looming like the villain in every great rom-com, was the specter of doubt, whispering insidious thoughts about whether their painful pasts had the power to reignite old flames of insecurity. Could love endure when tinged with the residue of betrayal and heartbreak, leaving behind emotional bruises marked like an old map, leading to lands of uncertainty? Yet despite the heaviness that clung to their shoulders, laughter danced between them like fireflies caught in a summer breeze, dispelling the darkness inch by inch. As they shared silly glimpses of themselves, Leela pretending to reenact her worst breakup in a dramatic fashion, while Aidan countered with an overly exaggerated impression of his muse's melodrama. They found joy in the shared absurdity of it all. They were survivors, diving into uncomfortable waters and pulling up old hurts like relics from a shipwreck. The realization settled in that every secret told was not a chain to bind them, but a treasure that brought them closer together, like characters in a grand saga who discover love amid chaos. And so, with secrets now stitched into the fabric of their connection, Leela and Aidan stared into the flickering embers of the fire, their hearts lightened, yet still wary, knowing that the true adventure lay in embracing both their pasts and each other in the dance of the present. The air crackled with tension as Leela and Aidan stood at the edge of their shared world, caught in the storm of a misunderstanding that loomed between them like an anvil in a cartoon. Jealousy, that sneaky little gremlin, had whispered sweet nothings of doubt into their ears, turning love's warm embrace into icy distance. As they spat bitter words laden with accusations, the luminous glow of their affection flickered, shadows dancing oh so mockingly on the wall of their memories. With a heavy heart, Leela fled the scene, her footsteps echoing against the cobblestone street like a forgotten ghost, each step carrying the weight of unspoken love and sorrow. Meanwhile, Aidan remained frozen, his heart pounding louder than the clinking chimes of the distant church bell, marking the end of their once blissful harmony. In the solitude of her dimly lit bedroom, Leela clutched her diary close, its pages adorned with ink stains and doodles that chronicled their love story like a weathered time capsule. The sweet scent of lavender from her bedside candle mingled with the salty sting of tears, creating a perfumed reminder of both bliss and betrayal. As she flipped through pages of scribbled memories, the laughter they shared echoed in her mind, punctuated by visions of playful glances and stolen kisses. A humid heaviness hung in the air, pressing on her chest like a stack of bricks, constricting her thoughts as if each one was entwined in barbed wire. Would the ache in her heart ease, or would it remain a permanent resident in the chamber of her soul, like that awkward cousin who overstays their welcome? On the flip side of town, Aidan found himself holed up in his cluttered apartment, surrounded by a chaotic explosion of pizza boxes and empty soda cans. A scene straight out of a sitcom that desperately needed a laugh track. With the familiar buzz of the city outside his window, he flipped through his own diary, its pages a tapestry woven from threads of adventure, friction, and fevered passion. The faint aroma of old takeout lingered in the air, mixing oddly with the sharp scent of regret. Each entry sliced through his chest like a sharp knife, dredging up memories of evenings spent arguing, only to be soothed by their laughter like a salve on fresh wounds. Aiden's fingers hovered over a passage he wrote during one of their blissful summers. A stark reminder of what was lost, his heart throbbed painfully for the sweetness of reconnection. Even as his pride smirked from the shadows, as days stretched into an eternity of longing, Leela and Aiden wandered through life like ships without anchors, adrift in their pools of loneliness. Every mundane interaction morphed into a reminder of their rift. The barista's chirpy voice ordering a caramel macchiato echoed with a hint of their once shared jokes about overly frothy coffees. They stepped around each other like those cartoon characters who, when they meet, inadvertently cause a chain reaction of mayhem. Each awkward silence felt as palpable as the stale coffee swirling in their cups, leaving a bitter aftertaste that no amount of sugar could sweeten. Sometimes they'd catch themselves staring into the distance, lost in a fog of what-ifs, a haunting chorus of memories that twirled around their minds like dancers in a decrepit ballroom. Yet in the throes of heartache, a flicker of hope glimmered, igniting thoughts of reconciliation that sat just beneath the surface like a hidden treasure. Leela mused over the laughter that could once again paint their shared days with vibrant colors, dispelling the gray shadows of resentment. Aiden, too, found himself daydreaming about mending the frayed strings of their connection. Whispers of forgiveness swirling around him like cherry blossoms in the spring breeze. Would they find their way back to each other? Or would their love story end up like an unfinished novel, lost among dusty bookshelves? As they clutched their diaries, the weight of love's rekindling nestled firmly against their hearts, a promise of potential mingling with the pain, waiting for the moment when they'd dare to turn the page together again. As the winter solstice draped Eldergrove in its icy embrace, the village transformed into a postcard scene straight from a holiday movie. Flurries whirled chaotically from delicate snowflakes to tossing snowmen gone rogue. Each breath of icy air was a reminder of how dreams can vanish as quickly as a snowball in summer. Leela and Aiden, drawn by destiny like moths to a flickering flame, found themselves racing against the howling winds, seeking refuge in the rustic tavern known as the Starlit Hearth. Inside, the scent of spiced cider wafted through the air, mingling with firewood smoke, wrapping around them like a warm hug beckoning weary spirits to rest. They had avoided each other for years, but tonight, amidst the crackling fire and creaking beams, a storm brewed that was far more than just the weather outside. With every clink of ale mugs and laughter cascading from the corners of the room, the ambience bubbled with warmth. Yet tension simmered like an untouched pot of chili left too long on a stove. Leela, her heart pounding in sync with the snowstorm outside, could almost taste the weight of unspoken words as they tethered her to Aidan. There he sat, stirred by the firelight, his brooding presence, both a comfort and a torment. Like the last piece of chocolate cake, silently taunting her from the fridge. Their eyes collided over the flickering table candles. A fleeting moment that ignited memories. Moments of wild adventures and whispers that lingered, like the sweet scent of vanilla left in the air long after a cake's been devoured. And oh, if one could hear the thoughts racing through her mind, she wondered if he could hear her heart scream, "Why now? Why here?" As the wind howled outside, rattling the tavern windows like a nature-themed horror movie. Leela finally leaned in, fueling the match that was about to ignite the conversation. With a voice as soft as the falling snow, she cracked open her heart, allowing her regrets to spill forth like an overflowing cup of hot cocoa. "I've missed you, Aidan," she confessed, her breath hitching. "And maybe it's the snow talking, but I needed to say that." His eyebrows shot up, surprise replacing the stoic expression he had worn like a well-tailored coat. And for a split second, the icy air between them melted to warm anticipation. It was like the moment Frodo dropped that ring at Mount Doom, risky, exhilarating, and absolutely tangled in emotional chaos. Amidst laughter and the echo of clattering plates, Aidan responded, his voice low and filled with an urgency that vibrated through her. "I thought I was the only one who had wondered what if, Leela," he said, a mixture of vulnerability and fierce passion swirling in his eyes, now shimmering like the first star of the evening. As if a dam had broken, the flood of their past erupted stories of stolen kisses, long-forgotten promises, and dreams that died faster than the food at a medieval banquet. Flashes of laughter turned to sighs, and each confession resonated in the throbbing silence, turning the tavern into a crucible of raw emotions. They danced around that fine line, teetering from reminiscence to confrontation, every word a step closer to both reunion and torment, like a great romantic tragedy caught between the pages of a worn-out book. Then, as the storm outside whipped the world into white chaos, everything shifted with one unanticipated moment. In a burst of bravery, Leela reached for Aidan's hand, eyes locked, as if electricity sparked between them, setting the tavern aglow despite the flickering candlelight. Surrounded by oblivious patrons, their universe condensed to just the two of them, two souls laid bare in a place where the ghost of glory and remorse mingled as freely as the ale. "Maybe we were always meant to find our way back," he murmured, catching her breath with every word. The snowstorm became a mere backdrop to their unfolding tale, a reminder that love, tangled and raw, can withstand the fiercest of winters. Their eyes spoke volumes as they leaned into the confrontation. a meeting of hearts ready to embrace, where longing and pain intertwined, the start of a new chapter, perhaps with a touch of humor, echoing their laughter through time. In the dim light of early dawn, Leela and Aidan sat across from each other, the air thick with the scent of freshly brewed coffee and the warmth of hope. The echo of their earlier confrontation lingered like an unwelcome ghost. Yet here they were, ready to shove it aside like a bad habit, much like that lingering taste of a questionable burrito from last week. They looked into each other's eyes, the glimmer of resolution sparking like a firefly on a summer's night. In that moment, laughter bubbled up between them, lightening the heaviness that had settled in their hearts. "Here's to us," Aidan declared, raising an imaginary toast to new beginnings, as if they were the main characters in a rom-com that had finally found its stride in Act 2. With a sense of purpose, they trotted to the local bookstore, a charming place that smelled of old pages and possibility. Dust motes danced in the golden sunlight streaming through the windows, illuminating the nooks filled with tales of adventure and longing. They thumbed through exquisite notebooks, their textures as varied as the emotions they desired to capture. Finally, a weathered leather-bound diary caught their eye, as if calling out to them, whispering, "Pick me. I bear witness to your love." They exchanged glances that screamed joy and anticipation, knowing this would be the canvas for their journey, a vibrant tapestry woven from laughter, tears, and everything in between. That night, beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, Leela and Aidan nestled in their favorite spot, a cozy nook by the old oak tree in Eldergrove Park. The crickets serenaded them, their chirps a sweet symphony that mingled with the rustling leaves overhead, creating an atmosphere ripe for confessions and dreams. Armed with pens and their new diary, they took turns documenting their thoughts, feelings, and most cherished moments. Leela scrawled about their first date, recollecting the way Aidan had looked at her with a mix of admiration and mild bewilderment, as if she were the final puzzle piece to a picture he hadn't quite known he was missing. Aidan, with an exaggerated flourish, jotted down every eye-roll-worthy pun that escaped his lips, fully aware that humor was their secret ingredient for resilience. As days turned into weeks, the village of Eldergrove transformed too, slowly revealing its charm like a character in a gripping novel. Willow trees draped their long limbs as if wishing to cradle Leela and Aidan, while the scent of blooming jasmine wafted through the air, reminding everyone that love was in season. Each shopkeeper they passed recognized the couple, now unabashedly in love, and offered silly winks or warm smiles that felt like the universe had rolled out a welcome mat just for them. They began to create new rituals, from shared breakfasts at the quaint cafe, where the croissants were flakier than Aiden's attempt at flirting, to long walks that stretched late into the evening, each moment affirming that the past, though painful, had paved the way to this exhilarating new chapter. But life, as it does, had a way of testing even the strongest relationships. And during those moments of doubt, their diary stood as a faithful witness. On the pages filled with their shared laughter also lived the struggles, the insecurities, and the occasional thwarting of Aiden's complete lack of rhythm on the dance floor, a fact Leela delighted in reminding him of with the cheekiness of a movie villain. Yet through the good and the bad, they found clarity in writing, discovering that their love was not just about the grand gestures, but about the everyday triumphs as well. As they scribbled into the fading twilight, hand in hand, the village of Elder Grove echoed with the sounds of their laughter, a sweet reminder that amidst life's chaos, their love was a beacon of hope, their diary a testament to a new beginning forged from past pains and future possibilities. In the bustling streets of ancient Athens, the sun poured golden light over the weathered stones that paved the bustling agora. Philosophers of every stripe strode past in their flowing chitons, gesticulating wildly as if the very air crackled with ideas. Amongst this cacophony of thought, two starry-eyed scholars found respite in one another's presence. Callista, with her wild curls like frizzy clouds, and a penchant for Plato that bordered on obsession, often caught Dorian's eye as he scribbled furiously, her laughter ringing out like a sweet summer breeze. They marveled at the neatly manicured hedges of the academy, and in the shadow of those ancient pillars, something stirred, a bond deeper than the waters of the Aegean, yet still wrapped in the shroud of unsent words, achingly close, yet impossibly far away. But let's dive into the irony of their predicament. Callista and Dorian were both intellectual gladiators, dueling it out with metaphors and dialectics, yet utterly defenseless when it came to matters of the heart. Picture this, a philosophical debate raging around them, voices rising and falling like waves crashing against the rocks, while they exchanged shy, loaded glances that spoke volumes. If Cupid had shot them both in the chest with his arrows, they'd be sprawled on the academy floor, poetically bleeding out their emotions, if only they could muster the courage to speak. Instead, their hearts felt as heavy as the philosophical tomes they carried, unsent letters, bursting with tangled sentiments, stacked up in their heads like barrels waiting to roll off a cliff into the abyss of never being said. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing Athens in hues of burnt orange and soft lavender, Callista would find herself at the edge of the academy's courtyard. She'd pull out her quill, poised above the parchment as thoughts swirled like cotton candy at a festival, only to falter at the last moment. Words danced around in her mind like drunken partygoers, each one pleading to get out. Yet she could only dream of declaring them to Dorian in all their awkward glory. What if he laughed? What if he suddenly decided that Euripides' dialogue was much more alluring than the messy labyrinth of her affections? Each letter remained a prisoner, hidden in the depths of her heart, collecting dust much like that long-forgotten gym membership in the back of her mind. Across the grassy knoll, Dorian faced his own internal tempest. Rocking back and forth on his heels, he alphabetized ideas in his mind as he watched Callista attempt to pen her thoughts. The bitter twist of irony coursed through him like a particularly sour wine. He could engage in clever repartee with the greatest minds of the time. Yet, the casual mention of his feelings could turn him into a bumbling fool. He could imagine it now, a slip of the tongue, a clumsy confession, and suddenly he would be that guy whose heartbreak would echo through the halls of the academy like a tragic chorus, while every scroll-wielding philosopher snickered politely. Oh, sweet irony! For these two could address the weighty concepts of existence, yet found themselves floundering in the shallow pool of love, like a fish caught in a net made of inadequacy. And so, the days turned into weeks, filled with unshared laughter and suppressed sighs, as the unsent letters they had written piled up like the ever-growing scrolls in the archives of the academy. Each letter held dreams of closeness, confessions of affection, and the profound beauty of what could have been, if only time could move them to act. Unspeakable warmth bloomed between them, and yet their hearts remained cloaked in shadows, a tapestry of what-ifs woven tighter with every aching day that passed. Perhaps there was a comic irony to it all. Two brilliant minds lost in the simplest of human experiences, while the wise of Athens could only watch and chuckle. Little did they know, in the depths of their inaction, that the greatest stories often remain unsent, surviving solely in the curious sigh of fate, like a drawn bowstring ready to release its arrow into the vast unknown. In the heart of a bustling city, draped in the fragrance of blooming jasmine and worn parchment, Dorian and Callista found themselves entangled in a delicate tapestry of friendship, woven with threads of laughter and secrets. The sun would cast playful shadows as the two strolled through cobblestone streets, their conversations often drifting like the clouds above them. Yet, beneath the joyous exchanges lay a subtle tension that crackled in the air, a tension akin to the electric hum before a summer storm, both invigorating and foreboding. Every time Dorian's laughter rang out, it seemed to tease Callista, wrapping around her heart like a vine that both bloomed and choked, reminding her of the secret that held her captive. Little did Dorian know, as he spoke of grand adventures, Callista's heart held a ticking time bomb of emotions, ready to detonate at the slightest hint of vulnerability. Just when their budding friendship appeared to flourish, an unexpected offer hurled itself into the mix like a monkey wrench in a well-oiled machine. Dorian received a letter, an invitation to the enchanting land of Persia, where silk flowed as freely as the gossip at the local market. The allure of distant lands beckoned, promising to pull him away from the familiar streets that had borne witness to their laughter, while Callista could only stand there, her heart sinking like a stone in a pond. What was a magnificent opportunity for Dorian felt like a personal catastrophe for her. It was as if the universe had sat them down for a group therapy session called "Let's Ruin Everything." Meanwhile, the sound of the ink nib scratching on parchment felt like nails on a chalkboard to Callista, as each stroke pushed them further apart and intensified the distance she felt looming between them. Despite the shimmering promise of adventure, the words left unspoken began to suffocate their bond like a wet blanket on a lit candle. Each unsent message, crafted in long hours of daylight, but never delivered, burgeoned with longing, anxiety, and unacknowledged affection. Callista could almost hear the whispers of those letters in the silence, echoes of sentiments she dared not voice, tangled in the privacy of her own fears. In every shared glance, Dorian's eyes sparkled with dreams of far-off markets and endless horizons, while Callista's heart quivered as if being pulled toward a black hole of unexpressed feelings. The gravity of unacknowledged love, almost too much to bear. It was ironic, she thought, that the very friendship that should have brought them closer was now a dragon of doubt, breathing fire into her thoughts and alienating her from the only person she truly wanted to confide in. As days turned to weeks, their conversations grew shorter, the laughter between them replaced by awkward pauses, like a favorite song interrupted by a scratched record. Dorian often found solace in dusty tomes, dreaming of epic quests. Yet he remained oblivious to the storm brewing in Callista's heart, a tempest of love complicated by the fear of loss. In her mind, she replayed countless scenarios of confession, a grand declaration by the fountain, or a quiet admission under the cover of night. But every time she gathered her courage to leap, reality pulled her back, as if wearing a heavy coat made of chain mail. Meanwhile, Dorian, still wrapped in visions of conquest and discovery, carried on, blissfully unaware that the most significant adventure was unfolding right there between them, sneaking up like a plot twist in a drama-filled TV show that they both seemed too shy to binge-watch together. And so, in this chaotic dance of longing and distance, The streets they had roamed together took on a different air, one of melancholy and missed opportunities, much like a beloved series that had just cancelled its finale without explanation. The aroma of sweet pastries mingled with the bitterness of unexpressed feelings, creating an invisible fog that blurred the distances between them. Dorian's days grew filled with the whispers of adventure, whereas Callista became the keeper of unsent messages, each letter telling a story that would never be shared, each word a brick in the wall of restraint she constructed around her heart. How ironic that what began as a dynamic duo, a friendship teeming with potential, now felt like a dramatic script veering toward a tragic ending. Yet, as fate often dictates, the story was far from over. After all, isn't life just another episode in the grand saga of human relationships, waiting for the right moment to deliver a jaw-dropping plot twist? As the sun dipped behind the distant hills, casting long shadows over the ancient city of Athens, the festival of Dionysus burst into life. Colorful garlands and vibrant banners fluttered in the warm spring breeze, infused with the boisterous sounds of laughter and music that spilled forth from every corner. Callista, her long, flowing gown swirling around her like a cascade of petals, found herself drawn into the thrumming heart of the festival. Dorian, with a grin that could rival the sun's brightness, grabbed her hand, and they were off. Together, they raced towards the dance floor, where couples twirled and spun beneath a canopy of stars, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of their joyous abandonment. As the night unfolded, the air crackled with exquisite tension, thick with sweet wine and fragrant oils that perfumed the atmosphere. Callista caught Dorian's gaze across the crowd, and in that fleeting moment, the world around them blurred. Laughter brimmed in her chest like a bubbling cauldron, and her heart thudded in sync with the lively music. They danced with abandon, their movements a vivid conversation more intimate than any words could convey, in a delightful twist reminiscent of a romantic comedy. Twinkling lights masqueraded as stars, shining down on them as if to say, "This is your moment. Don't let it slip." Yet, as fate would have it, laughter often harbors the shadows of rivalry. Enter Lysander, the dark cloud of jealousy, who had his eye trained upon Callista. Like a hawk eyeing its unsuspecting prey, he slinked through the crowd, plot brewing in his mind like bad coffee left to simmer too long bitter, and ready to ruin the flavor of the night. Dark curls framing a face twisted by envy, he stepped in with the grace of a drunken goat, determined to manipulate the joyous dance into a chaotic frenzy. With exaggerated flair, he coaxed a rowdy band of revelers to create chaos, intent on ensnaring the blissful connection between Callista and Dorian. making the night feel as precarious as a tightrope act without a safety net. The revelry morphed into a cacophony, laughter turning to shocked gasps as Lysander's scheming began to unfold. Callista's heart raced, not just from the exhilaration of dance, but also from the rising tension in the air, thick as the smell of burnt offerings wafting over from the nearby altar. Dorian, steadfast and brimming with fierce loyalty, moved protectively closer to her, his presence a shield against the swelling storm. It was a ridiculous scene that could only happen in a Shakespearean play or a rom-com set in ancient Greece. The stage was set for dramatic confrontations and heart-wrenching decisions. With each pulse of the drums, Callista felt the pull of fate, a push and pull that could either lead to thrilling union or bittersweet solitude. As the night drew on and the air thickened with uncertainty, Callista locked eyes with Dorian, her mind swimming in a sea of emotions, passion, fear, and the undeniable urge for connection. Each glance between them was a steady heartbeat in the chaos, a silent promise that resonated louder than any words ever could. Yet, would they surrender to the pull of fate, allowing chance of celebration to drown out the whispers of spite? Or would they let the dance floor become the ground where dreams faltered, crushed beneath the jealous weight of a rival's deception? In that pivotal moment, wrapped in laughter and chaos, underlining a fragile love story, the night still held the chance for transformation, if only they were brave enough to take the next step into the unknown. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden rays that danced upon the sapphire waves of the Aegean Sea. Callista stood at the edge of the cliff, her heart a tempest, a throbbing drum screaming for attention. The salty breeze whipped through her hair, tangling her thoughts as she stared into the endless blue, summoning courage from the depths of the vast ocean below. It was the perfect place for a revelation, or a shipwreck of emotions, either one, really. With every crashing wave, she felt the weight of unspoken words pressing against her like the weight of a Greek tragedy. And she knew it was time to unburden her soul to Dorian, even if it meant risking everything she held dear. Dorian appeared, as if summoned by the very air that vibrated with tension. His brow furrowed, and for a moment he looked like a Roman statue, solid and stoic, yet somehow flawed and unsure. Callista approached with a fierce determination, the ghost of all her unsent letters swirling around her like a chaotic whirlwind. "You know, I have written you many times, Dorian. Never sent them, of course. Didn't want to make things awkward like a sitcom character, trapped in a love triangle. But here I am, bearing my heart on a cliff, practically auditioning for a romantic drama." Her words tumbled out like a waterfall, eager to wash away the devastation of silence between them as her confessions echoed into the void. Dorian's expression shifted in tandem with the unfolding tempest. It was a revelation for both, a mirror reflecting their shared vulnerabilities as he stumbled over his own thoughts. "Callista," he managed, his voice hoarse, as if he had just run a marathon without training. "You're not alone. I, too, have penned countless letters, shielded them like treasure maps leading to lost pirate gold." Ironically, instead of knots of revenge, they undid the tangled threads of their unspoken love story through laughter, the kind that erupts when friends reminisce over shared nostalgia. The cliff became not just a backdrop for heartbreak, but a stage for their candid humor, stripping away pretense and allowing raw emotion to weave them together. With each unsent letter revealed, the air thickened like the heat of a summer day, warm and oppressive, yet tinged with the electric thrill of revelation. Callista recalled the scent of parchment and ink, memories flooding with the aroma of unfulfilled dreams mingling with the salty sea air. Each letter represented hope, disappointment, and the bittersweet flavor of unspoken affection. Dorian laughed dryly, admitting how many times he had convinced himself that silence was the answer, as if their love were an unreleased sequel that never got greenlit. They stood, not as enemies bound by silence, but as two souls on the cusp of a transformation, leaning dangerously close to the edge of something profound. As evening shadows lengthened and the chorus of cicadas serenaded the twilight, it became clear that the release of their hidden truths had forever altered the landscape of their relationship. Gone were the pretenses and the fearful hesitations that had held them captive. Instead, there was a newfound bond, forged in the fire of vulnerability and laughter. Callista felt lighter than air, buoyed by the idea that perhaps their story could find a different ending. Dorian took a tentative step closer, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of hope and mischief, just like the seaside town of Santorini itself, vibrant with promise, vibrant with life. This time, they would send their letters. Their hearts were now fully engaged in the act of writing a new chapter together. On that cliff, overlooking the endless blue, as the first rays of dawn spilled over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the frothy waves, Callista and Dorian stood on the shore, feeling a restless energy in the salty air. It was as if the sun itself had been waiting for the right moment to witness this pivotal exchange. Those letters, meticulously penned, yet never sent, now felt like vessels of unspoken desires, floating around them like ghostly whispers from the past. The ocean danced playfully, urging them to stop holding back like reluctant teenagers at their first school dance. With hearts pounding like drums, they decided it was time to transform those unsent messages into something more tangible, vows of love that would echo across the ages, like an ancient ballad waiting to be sung. In that thrilling moment, fear receded like a receding tide, leaving behind the glistening sand of courage beneath their feet. Callista's cheeks flushed with a pink hue that matched the sky's awakening colors as she looked into Dorian's emerald eyes, which sparkled with newfound hope. The weight of unexpressed feelings tumbled off their shoulders like forgotten burdens, leaving room for passionate dreams and silly laughter to fill the air. After all, their lives had not been scripted by the latest rom-com. They were two beautifully flawed humans navigating a messy world with overlapping stories, a bit like an indie film with a shoestring budget. The irony of years spent in silence suddenly seemed far less tragic as they stood ready to pen a new chapter together, full of messy sentiments and vibrant colors. With the sun warming their backs and the scent of salt and freedom swirling around them, Callista grabbed Dorian's hand, grinning from ear to ear. "Let's declare our love, shall we? Not with fancy ribbons and flowers, but with words as raw as these shores," she proclaimed, her voice ringing with a playful defiance. Dorian, ever the romantic, stubbornly clinging to his reserved nature, couldn't help but chuckle at her fiery enthusiasm. The moment felt like the last scene in a gripping novel, where the protagonists finally unite after countless near misses and misunderstandings, only for the dramatic twist to be revealed via unforeseen revelations. They drew in close, as if to shield their hearts from the vulnerability of the moment, ready to exchange not just words, but promises spilling forth from the depths of their souls. As they spoke their vows, their voices rose and fell like waves crashing upon the shore, each promise a pebble lodged in the forever changing tides of life. They vowed not just to love, but to embrace the awkwardness that comes with every shared meal, every silent car ride when the office plays in the background, and every unintentional jab at each other's favorite movie choices. The irony was delicious. In a world obsessed with perfection, they found beauty in being gloriously imperfect together. Laughter intertwined with tears as they acknowledged their flaws. After all, Callista often forgot to water her plants, and Dorian had a tendency to leave dirty socks lying around like stray puppies. But amidst the quirks, they felt a sense of liberation, freedom not just to love, but to love loudly and boldly, unapologetically allowing their quirkiness to shine. As their voices faded, the sun fully ascended, illuminating not only the ocean, but the hearts of those who happened to witness this profound moment. Friends and strangers alike, drawn to the shoreline by the shimmering spectacle, felt compelled to reflect on their own unsent messages. In that spontaneous gathering, laughter erupted as stories flowed of long-lost loves, heartbreaks, and the hilarity of times when one couldn't muster the courage to say, "I love you." Inspired by the impromptu display of affection, others began to share their own sentiments, turning the beach into an improvised open mic. The fragrance of sea salt mingled with the fresh scent of newfound hope. From that day forward, every sunset along that shore reverberated with the echoes of declarations made, a reminder that love, much like the waves, should never be left unsaid. In the heart of the kingdom of Eldoria, where sun-kissed valleys rolled into shadowy forests, two noble houses simmered with ancient hatred. The air, thick with tension, crackled as if it were waiting for a storm. Amidst this brewing chaos, Lady Alara, her auburn hair cascading like autumn leaves, and Sir Cedric, dashing and earnest, found solace beneath the venerable branches of the ancient willow by the border. Here, their clandestine meetings bloomed like wildflowers through cracks in stone. They shared dreams laced with laughter, whispers filled with sweet nothings, and the pungent scent of freshly fallen leaves, each breath a soft challenge to the enmity surrounding them. If only the world around them could understand, perhaps things wouldn't be so dramatically Shakespearean in their tragic irony. Each stolen moment became a deliciously reckless gamble with fate, and Alara could not help but feel the intoxicating thrill of rebellion bubbling in her veins. Sir Cedric, ever the gallant knight, spoke in urgent tones of a daring escape that simmered just beyond the reach of their grasp. "Imagine us," he declared, his eyes gleaming with mischief, riding off into the sunset, leaving behind all this feuding drama. It was like a scene lifted straight from a romance novel, minus the screaming matches and flying goblets of wine that typically adorned their family gatherings. The very essence of freedom wafted through the cool night, mingling with the earthy scent of the soil, embracing them in its wild promise, though a heavy fog of uncertainty hung in the air, threatening to choke their fragile dreams. Yet beneath the vibrant surface of their romance lay an undercurrent of dread. Alara often felt the weight of her family's legacy pressing down on her like a lead cloak, stifling her every breath. The tension often burst forth with a jangling cacophony, reminiscent of a rock band tuning up before a concert, chaotic, dissonant, and full of potential. What would happen if their families, gripped by stubborn pride and bitter history, discovered the depth of their connection? They could plunge into open warfare, turning the peaceful fields into a battlefield, littered with the shattered hopes of the unsuspecting. And for what? A love that glittered like gold, but felt more like a mirage in the desert, promising life, yet leading only to heartache. During those twilight rendezvous, held under the watchful gaze of the stars, romance soared, while reality loomed like a shadow. Ilara and Cedric often bantered like joyful sprites, blissfully unaware of the tempest gathering on their horizon. "What's a little familial treachery between lovers?" Sir Cedric quipped, humor glimmering in his tone. But in the back of their minds lurked the hushed whispers of their ancestors, echoing through icy corridors. Betrayal, vengeance, and ancestral loathing lingered like the scent of burnt offerings. The willow listened, swaying gently, possibly shaking its leafy head in disapproval, as they plodded under its boughs, their giggles surely waking the spirits of those who once feuded harder than a reality show after party. In the shadowy alcoves of Eldoria's grand palace, where chandeliers sparkled like distant stars, Ilara and Cedric's clandestine meetings thrummed with a bittersweet intensity. Their laughter danced through the dusty air, mingling with the pungent aroma of aged wood and candle wax, creating an intoxicating cocktail of youthful rebellion. Each glance exchanged was like fuel to a wildfire, igniting hearts in a mansion where true emotions were as rare as blue moons. Outside, whispers slithered through the walls, curling like smoke from a fading fire, hinting at the lover's secret, and anxiety crawled like spiders over Ilara's spine as she wondered how long they could keep the facade going. Yet within this tumult was Lady Thalia, a hawk disguised in a silk gown, her eyes sharp and calculating. She prowled through the opulent halls with the grace of a cat, listening in on idle chatter, for gossip was the true currency of the court, more potent than gold or jewels. When she uncovered Ilara and Cedric's forbidden trysts, her mind spun with possibilities, each one more tantalizing than the last. After all, a scandal could quickly reshape allegiances, and Lady Thalia was itching to trade her skirts for a throne, eager to turn love into leverage like a game of chess between troubled royals. As the upcoming banquet loomed closer, the air thickened with the smell of roasted meats and the sweet tang of spiced wines, a feast ready to mask the bitter taste of betrayal. Ilara's stomach churned. This was no ordinary gathering, but rather a breeding ground for secrets and sulking glances, where smiles hid daggers beneath their polished surfaces. Safety felt like a distant memory, and each step she took felt heavier, as if she were wearing a cloak woven from worries and dread. With every note of the symphony playing on the banquet day, her heart pounded a percussion of panic and hope, the rhythm dancing between the threat of exposure and the ecstasy of forbidden love. Lady Thalia's plans were as dark as the ink staining the parchment she scribbled upon, her heart beating with a wicked thrill. As she plotted, she savored her cleverness like a fine wine, lurking in the sidelines while imagining the look on Alara's face when her secrets were paraded like peacocks. Shapes, the flickering torches, casting shadows of dancing specters that pranced on the walls, mirroring the heartbeats of its nervous guests. Alara felt as though she was wrapped in a cocoon of anxiety, every laugh echoing a warning, every toast sealing her fate. The air vibrated with chatter, but beneath it lingered an undercurrent of anticipation, like everyone was waiting for the other shoe to drop. As Lady Thalia prepared to unleash her plans, the room buzzed with potential disaster. Little did they know that love, even forbidden, was a fierce guardian, ready to fight back against the storm threatening to drown them all. The grand banquet hall shimmered like a treasure chest, alive with laughter, and the clinking of goblets filled to the brim with mead. Yet, beneath the golden chandeliers and feasting nobles, a thick fog of treachery curled around Lady Thalia, the venomous snakes of gossip coiling around her heart. As she made her way across the polished marble floor, the scent of roasted boar clashing with her intent. She was a storm brewing, ready to unleash chaos. With a wicked grin, she lunged forward and declared to all that the lovely Alara and the dashing Cedric were entangled in a scandalous affair. Caught between the silk sheets of love and the cold steel of betrayal, gasps erupted like cannon fire, and the air crackled with scandal as the nervous laughter of the banquet turned to the ominous murmuring of impending conflict. It was a tale worthy of the bards, except this one had the potential to spill blood rather than ink onto parchment. As the revelation fell like a heavy anvil, fury ignited in the eyes of their fathers, who had sat alongside each other just moments ago, sharing jovial anecdotes over ornate platters of food. The tension surged through the hall like a flash flood, drowning out the clamor of merriment and igniting the flames of warfare. Steel mace raised high, Lord Magnus, Alara's father, narrowed his gaze, puffing his chest like a furious bull. Behind him, nobles exchanged glances that spoke volumes, a rogue's thirst for vengeance mixed with fresh anticipation for bloodshed. Meanwhile, Cedric's heart raced faster than a runaway horse as he stood, caught between two worlds, one that whispered sweet promises of love, and the other invoking the heavy weight of honor and retribution. A time machine couldn't reverse this kind of calamity. The stage was set, and the players were primed for disaster. Through the mix of horrified gasps and angry whispers, Alara clung tightly to her father, her voice trembling like a freshly caught bird. "Please, father, we can't let this escalate into war," she pleaded, her eyes glistening with a mix of fear and desperation. The scent of spiced wine filled her nostrils, clashing with the bitter taste of impending doom. She felt the weight of every pleading gaze upon her, as if their stares formed chains binding her to the ground. But Lord Magnus, his heart hardened by pride and rage, merely shook his head, for in his world, betrayal was a crime more heinous than murder itself. Who knew that a mere slip of the tongue had the power to unleash the hounds of chaos? Not Alara, who stood there feeling as small as a pearl in an ocean deep with treachery. Amidst the clamor, the resolve in Cedric grew like a seed sprouting through concrete against all odds. He would not let love die without a fight. Struggling with the weight on his conscience, he took a deep breath, tasting the pungent aroma of anger and despair that suffused the air. He drew his sword, the blade glinting menacingly as it cut through the murmur of disbelief. He turned, not just to defend his love for Alara, but also his identity as a knight who could not let fear rule his heart. The assembled warriors tensed, shouting and bickering like children on a playground, their swords gleaming in the light, ready for the clash that could rewrite their destinies in crimson ink. Oh, how passion inspired the bold and made fools of them all. As the ruckus intensified, it seemed history itself held its breath, watching this tumultuous play unfold. Swords were drawn as each house prepared to rush into battle to avenge the affront against both honor and dignity. It was no mere squabble over spilled wine, but a full-fledged maelstrom of veracity and love. The air buzzed with electricity as tempers flared high like the banners that now draped the battleground, painted with the colors of family pride. A laughable irony hung over poor Alara and Cedric, two lovers caught in a Shakespearean mess of chaos, where the lines between right and wrong blurred like an artist's brush on canvas. In a world that thrived on scandal and retribution, they now stood at the precipice, ready to leap into the unforgiving abyss of history, where whispers of the past would forever shape the future. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a crimson hue over the battlefield, where the air buzzed with the sounds of clashing metal and the shouts of men driven by ancient rivalries. On one side, the fierce knights of House Cedric, their armor gleaming like a field of stars, charged forward with bloodlust in their eyes. On the other, the resolute warriors of House Alara, their banners flapping like the wings of angry crows, braced for the inevitable clash. The ground trembled with the weight of history, and the scent of sweat mingled with the metallic tang of hope and despair, all entwined in a dance of chaos. It looked like a scene from an epic film, minus the shiny CGI, and with a lot more mud and yelling amidst the din of conflict, with swords raised and hearts pounding like war drums. A ray of unexpected light pierced through the gloom. Elara, fierce and determined, stormed onto the battlefield, her silhouette framed against the chaos like a beacon of hope rising from the ashes. "Stop this madness," she cried, her voice ringing clear and unwavering, bringing an unlikely stillness to the raging storm. Her eyes, filled with a potent mix of desperation and passion, swept across the faces of hardened soldiers, and for a fleeting moment, swords paused mid-swing, as if the world had collectively taken a breath. There she stood, a reluctant heroine, ready to fight with words instead of weapons, reminding all present that love, the ultimate weapon, can strike harder than iron and shatter the strongest of enmities. With a voice that rose like a phoenix from the ashes of conflict, Elara's heartfelt plea echoed across the battleground. "Love is the fire that can melt even the coldest of hearts," she proclaimed, her bravery igniting a flicker of hope within the gray faces of warriors ensconced in loyalty to bloodlines and feuds. They dared to feel the warmth of a different future, one where hatred didn't weave its bitter threads through their lives like a well-worn tapestry of revenge. It was like those old black and white movies where a piano plays desperately as romance blossoms amid chaos, minus the popcorn, of course. And as she spoke, the scent of earth turned damp from the recent rains mingled with the bittersweet aroma of possibility, a concoction that even seasoned fighters found hard to resist. For the first time, Elara's words hung in the air, thick like the fog rolling in after a storm, casting a spell of uncertainty over the battlefield. Men of both houses glanced at one another, suspicion flickering in their eyes, now tempered with a glimmer of hope. Was it really possible that love could banish the demons of hatred? The clash of swords and shields was replaced by a tension so palpable that one could almost hear the collective heartbeat of the warriors. A series of hesitant thuds that sounded more like a ballad than a battle song. Cedric, caught in this unexpected pause, felt uncharacteristically vulnerable. His heart caught in a wrestling match between duty and desire, his blood and bone at war, with whispers of an uncharted destiny. It was the ironic twist of fate that no one could have scripted, where love, in all its messy glory, stood poised to rewrite their roles in this age-old tragedy. As the minutes stretched like taffy over an open flame, the battlefield transformed from a theater of war to one of reckoning. The noble lords and their battered knights, frozen in their poses of aggression, looked to Alara as if she were a mythological figure, perhaps a modern-day Wonder Woman, too brave for her own good, and yet undeniably mesmerizing. With her every plea for peace, the distance between loyalty and love seemed to shrink, as if each soldier was teetering on the brink of discovering a new truth that had eluded their forebears for centuries. A gentle breeze brushed against their skin, carrying the faint scent of blooming wildflowers, and sweetness juxtaposed against the harshness of battle, as if the earth itself was encouraging this unlikely truce. In that moment, the fog of war began to lift, and the warmth of a new dawn shone over the battered land, revealing not just soldiers, but humans yearning for something greater than the legacy of bloodshed. As the final echoes of battle faded into the mist, a palpable weariness blanketed the land of Eldoria. The once vibrant colors of its fields dulled, mirroring the hearts of those who remained. But amid this somber desolation, the sun began to peek through the thick clouds, as if nudging the citizens toward hope. Alara and Cedric, warriors in their own right, stood together like two stars brighter than the rest, in love, but also in purpose, their hearts, entwined by a forbidden affair, now pulsed with the determination to mend what had been broken. Like seamstresses stitching together the very fabric of their war-torn kingdom. With every step they took, new alliances formed like sparks, igniting a campfire on a chilly night. Alara swept through the halls of power, her presence demanding attention, while Cedric's laughter echoed like the sweetest melody, coaxing reluctant nobles to join the new alliance. Together, they blended the strengths of both houses, their laughter mingling with the sound of clinking goblets filled with the finest wines. From the corners of the grand banquet hall, warriors whispered tales of the lovers who had defied destiny, now standing as bastions of unity. It wasn't long before it became clear. This wasn't just a political maneuver. It was a heartfelt movement, scented with the heady perfume of possibility. The day of the great concordance finally arrived, a festival trumpeting the dawn of their alliance. Streets overflowed with joyous citizens draped in the vibrant colors of both houses, their laughter mingling with the sizzling aroma of roasted meats wafting through the air like a siren's call. As the sun blazed overhead, Alara and Cedric perched atop a dais, dressed like monarchs, their hearts pounding not from fear, but excitement. Here's to a kingdom reborn, Cedric boomed, raising his cup as if toasting to the very fabric of fate itself. Like fireworks igniting the sky, their proclamation tore through the gloom, sparking an exhilarating belief that love, against all odds, could rewrite history. Days turned into weeks as the once muted spirit of Eldoria started to flourish. Flowers blooming in places once choked by ashes of despair. Alara and Cedric became living symbols of the unexpected strength that love could wield, blasting through barriers thicker than medieval stone walls. Communities once divided began to gather in joyful harmony, sharing stories of their shared struggles and newfound hope over warm loaves of bread. The couple ventured into every corner of their kingdom, their infectious laughter like a popular sitcom's catchphrase. Just when you thought it couldn't get better, they came back with more. In those fleeting moments, it became clear. Their forbidden affair had breathed life into a long-forgotten narrative of resilience and unity. As the seasons shifted, so too did the tale of Alara and Cedric evolve from a mere scandal into a ballad sung in taverns across the realm. What had once drawn ire and disapproval now fueled songs of glory, echoing through every corner of Eldoria. Their love story became less of a cautionary tale and more an anthem, a reminder that sometimes the paths that twist and turn into the shadows of the past are the very ones that lead to the light of a new dawn. Eldoria blossomed as a true tapestry of love and reconciliation, richer than the finest silks, threaded with history and hope. And as their names danced on the lips of bards and storytellers alike, it was evident love was not just a feeling. It was, indeed, the force that shapes destiny. In the heart of Eldergrove, where cobblestone paths wound like the twists of a well-loved fairy tale, colors swirled vibrantly under the warm embrace of the morning sun. Emma, an artist with paint-splattered hands and dreams as big as a summer sky, perused the market stalls, her nose filled with the aromas of fresh bread and blooming wildflowers. She laughed as she dipped her fingers into a basket of ripe tomatoes, savoring the delightful squish of their ruby skin. It was then that her eyes met Nathan's, a solitary figure standing by the poetry stall, his hands stuffed deep into the pockets of a threadbare coat, like a character out of a classic novel who had just wandered off the pages of his own story. The corner of his mouth twitched as if he were contemplating a joke no one else had the privilege to hear, filling the space between them with an air of curiosity and mischief, much like the surprise twist at the end of a rom-com. Their first conversation unfolded like a well-crafted sonnet, full of rhythm and unspoken promises. Amidst the cacophony of merchants shouting about ripe produce and the clatter of horse-drawn carriages, Emma and Nathan discovered a shared passion for the whimsical. They bantered about the absurdity of the mundane, how the village could make a salad feel like an epic poem, and shared secrets about their dreams of leaving Eldergrove to chase starlit aspirations. Charlie Chaplin would have found their laughter infectious. It was the kind of joy that echoed through the market, inviting others to momentarily catch a glimpse of their spark. But just as their vibrancy gained momentum, an invisible weight lingered, a shadow that silently reminded them of what they had lost in previous romances, as if past heartbreaks were lurking just behind the apples, waiting to spoil this blossoming delight. Yet every great love story hinges on obstacles, and Elder Grove was no different. Emma, vibrant and bright like a fresh canvas, faced the expectations of her family, well-meaning, but suffocatingly traditional, wanting her to settle with a match that made logical sense rather than one that sparked joy. Nathan, on the other hand, bore the scars of unfulfilled dreams and a previous relationship that left him shy as a cat in a room full of rockers. As they exchanged more fleeting glances and half-smiles, their budding connection was marred by nagging worries and the unwelcome whispers of doubt. The harsh irony tickled the back of Nathan's mind. He had penned poems for love, but was terrified of experiencing it again, almost like being cast as a leading actor in a romantic flick, only to realize all the scenes were ad-lib. Ah, love, that glorious double-edged sword, cutting deep while promising paradise on the other side. One evening, during a community art show that showcased Emma's flamboyant paintings and Nathan's haunting poems, their shared awkwardness reached its peak. They stood opposite one another, amidst swirling colors and abstract shapes, their hearts performing a delicate dance of hesitation. Emma felt her fingers twitch, itching to reach for Nathan's hand as they admired her art bold, chaotic, much like her life lately. Yet fear kept her rooted like an oak tree, refusing to budge in a storm. Meanwhile, Nathan attempted to appear nonchalant. One foot tapped nervously, as if it had a separate agenda entirely. Irony dripped as the crowd around them reveled in the warmth of artistic expression, while the two of them stood frozen, each wishing to break free from their pasts and forge something new, all the while pretending to be just another set of observers, savoring in silent agony. As dusk settled over Elder Grove, painting the world in hues of lavender and gold, Emma and Nathan found themselves alone for a fleeting moment, hearts racing, minds cluttered with what-ifs and maybes. The night air was thick with the scent of freshly paved earth and blooming jasmine, laying down a blanket of comfort that urged them to leap into the unknown. In a quiet, almost reverential tone, Nathan shared a line from his recent work that was imbued with hope, the promise of love, tangled yet beautiful, like a winding root seeking light. Emma, taken with both his words and the softness of the moment, discovered the joy of vulnerability wrapped in honesty. Yet, as emotions swelled, the looming specter of their fears and societal expectations seemed to whisper just outside their fragile haven, casting a shadow that warned them even blossoming romances must weather the storm before they can face the sun. In the quaint town of Willowbrook, as the early evening sun dipped below the horizon, casting soft hues of orange and lavender over cobblestone streets, Emma and Nathan found solace in one another's company. Their laughter danced across the air like a gentle breeze, but beneath the surface lay a tempest of shared heartache. They settled beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient oak, its leaves whispering secrets that echoed their own burdens. Emma, her fingers nervously toying with the frayed edge of her sleeve, bravely bared her soul, the betrayal of a love that burned too bright, yet left her cold, like the remnants of a once vibrant fire cooling in the dark. Nathan, lifting his gaze from the ground, revealed his own scars, the insecurities of a man torn between the love he felt and the fear that haunted him, creating a palpable tension that sparkled in the twilight air like fireflies caught in a jar. Yet unbeknownst to them, trouble lurked just around the corner like a cat ready to pounce. Emma's former suitor, a merchant named Ronan, with a wallet as deep as his delusions, had returned to Willowbrook with a swagger that could almost rival a peacock's strut. He announced his intentions of reigniting the flame he once believed he had monopolized. The townsfolk gossiped behind closed doors, their voices a chorus of clucking hens predicting calamity, while Emma's heart skipped at the sight of him. Caught between nostalgia and dread, she could smell the leather of his boots approaching rich, polished, yet tainted by years of possessiveness, and she felt a shiver run down her spine as the storm clouds of her past loomed ominously overhead as Ronan wove his way back into her life. A thick, murky jealousy began to squirm in Nathan's chest, constricting like an ill-fitting shirt. Every laugh shared between Emma and Ronan felt like a knife twisting in Nathan's gut, each smirk a shy reminder of his own insecurities. With every glance he caught of them together, he wished he could dismiss Ronan as a mere puppet on a string. Yet the merchant's determination proved relentless. The air turned electric with anxiety as Nathan's fists clenched and unclenched, a physical echo of his angst. What is it about heartbreakers that makes us want to slap their faces while simultaneously grabbing a slice of pizza with them? He quipped to Emma one evening, laughter breaking through his tension, hoping she'd see the jest beneath the sarcasm and recognize the turmoil brewing within him. Emma, absorbing his joke with a bittersweet smile, felt the weight of two worlds colliding. She cherished Nathan's friendship as a shelter against the storms of her past, yet felt drawn by the relentless relentless tides of Ronan's charm, a glossy veneer hiding the jagged edges of obsession. The poetic irony was palpable. The very suitor who once promised her the stars now seemed to cast a shadow over her budding bond with Nathan. Torn between her feelings for both men, she found herself wandering through a maze where every turn led to another heart-wrenching decision. It was a dramatic love triangle worthy of the finest Shakespearean play. Yet Emma longed for a resolution where no one ended up dramatically drowned in a pool of misplaced passion. As the days turned into charged encounters, Nathan wrestled with the idea of confessing his deeper feelings for Emma, a longing that swelled within him like an overripe fruit ready to burst. A night arrived cloaked in mist and mystery, when fate, she is a mischievous lady, whispered promises of confrontation. Armed with a shaky resolve and memories of their shared laughter, Nathan stood at the edge of an emotional cliff, ready to leap into the unknown. If only he could tether his heart to hers, without the burdens of jealous storms hovering ominously above them. But with every heartbeat, he knew that the secrets of their hearts held the power to either bind them together or tear them apart. As they navigated the treacherous waters of love, longing, and the shadows of the past, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the cobblestone streets, Emma found herself tangled in the threads of her own heartstrings. The air was thick with scent of drenched earth and blossoming lilacs, a bittersweet reminder of the romance that had once painted her world in vivid hues. In the flickering shadows of her dimly lit room, she stumbled upon Nathan's secret, his words, delicately etched in ink on crumpled parchment, danced like whispers of the past. Each poem he had penned unveiled layers of longing and affection, like the peeling back of an onion, revealing the tender core beneath. Oh, if only her heart were as steadfast as her affinity for snacking during binge-watching sessions of old sitcoms. Perhaps she could choose more easily between the love she felt and the loyalty she owed. But lo, the romantic clouds swiftly gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously as the merchant, a charming yet conniving devil in a waistcoat, sharpened his skills not for trade, but for manipulation. He maneuvered into her thoughts like a vulture, circling a wounded rabbit, whispering promises of safety and security that glinted like fool's gold. "Emma, dear," he crooned, his voice oozing like cheap cologne on a hot afternoon. "Who is this poet but a ship lost at sea, far from the shores of reality?" Each word dripped with the heavy scent of deceit, filling the air with an acrid taste that settled at the back of her throat, making her question whether the ocean of feelings she shared with Nathan was worth the storm brewing in her heart. Emma's mind, a battle-scarred arena, felt the ebb and flow of conflicting tides, love and loyalty clashing like gladiators in a coliseum. She could hear her own heartbeat, a frantic tempo, as she weighed the merchant's polished words against the raw, vulnerable emotions stirred by Nathan's tender poems. The glow of candlelight flickered like her wavering resolve, as each flicker reminded her of the warmth she felt when Nathan pulled her close, their laughter mingling like music in the air. Would she surrender to the siren call of financial security, or plunge into the depths of a love that made her feel more alive than a box of chocolates on Valentine's Day? With emotions ricocheting wildly in her heart, she felt as conflicted as a cat faced with a bathtub, intrigued yet terrified. And she knew she had to decide soon. Then, on a whim that only the most daring hearts ever possess, Emma chose to confront this charming scoundrel head-on in their next encounter. The merchant, with his polished boots and persuasive smile, lounged against his market stall, a lion waiting for a weary traveler. She summoned her courage like a poorly crafted superhero, ready to fight for her heart, brandishing Nathan's poems like a shield. "You think loyalty is merely a transaction?" she challenged, her voice shaking but filled with fire. The air crackled with tension, the scent of roasted chestnuts wafting from nearby stalls mingling with the anticipation of an impending storm. And as she stood firm, she felt an exhilarating rush, like a plot twist in her favorite drama series. But then came the irony, oh sweet irony. Just as Emma prepared to stake her claim for love, the unexpected tide rose up beneath her, rocking her steadfast boat of conviction. The merchant, sensing defeat, unleashed his last desperate ploy, revealing a surprising twist that made her stomach drop like a bad roller coaster ride. "Betrayal can be sweetened, my dear," he grinned, revealing teeth that sparkled too bright in the fading light. "But it comes with a price." As truth collided with deceit, and devotion with self-preservation, Emma knew she stood at a critical crossroads, caught in the tangled web of her heart between a beautiful poet's words and the gilded cage the merchant offered. And as she faced this tangled mess of emotions, she realized suddenly that love and life were as complex and unpredictable as the tides themselves, pulling her deeper into the depths of passion and peril. The village square buzzed with energy, a kaleidoscope of vibrant stalls and laughter that filled the air like candy floss at a fair. Underneath a canopy of twinkling lanterns, Nathan stood, heart pounding like a drumline, ready to pour the depths of his soul into a poem. As he began reciting, his voice, rich and warm like a freshly baked loaf of bread, echoed off the cobblestones, declaring his love for Emma. The crowd, a collection of villagers with painted smiles and curious eyes, leaned closer, Caught between anticipation and the spice of gossip, Nathan's words flew like sparrows, weaving sweet images of stolen glances and secret dreams that enveloped Emma like the sweetest scent of wildflowers on a summer's day, wrapping her in a soft, romantic haze. But just as the air became thick with hope, and the scent of blooming roses, like a thunderstorm crashing a sunny picnic, the merchant emerged, towering and glowering, with a face carved from stone. With the sharpness of a bitter winter wind, he confronted Nathan, his voice low and menacing, like a dragon awakening from a long slumber. "What folly is this?" he spat, his disgust palpable in the air, as he dismissed Nathan's heartfelt verse with a scoff, as if it were a ball of lint stuck to his boot. The crowd, once enveloped in romantic euphoria, now felt the icy chill of tension, heavy like the weight of an anvil. This was not just a competition of words. This was a clash of worlds, the ferocious winds of despair swirling like a wild tempest around them. Emma stood frozen, her heart pounding like that of a nervous teenager on prom night, as the two men glared at each other like lions sizing up their prey. The heat in her cheeks was reminiscent of biting into a scorching pepper, mixed with the thrill of being on a roller coaster she wasn't sure she wanted to ride. A tempest of emotions cascaded through her, swirling around her like leaves caught in a gusty autumn wind. Here was Nathan, vibrant and alive, his passion igniting the very air between them. And then there was the merchant, with his comfortable, yet suffocating embrace, like a cozy blanket that had turned stale and worn. The dichotomy struck her with painful clarity. Familiarity versus the wild joy of the unknown. And she felt as if she were balancing on the edge of a cliff, peering down into the exhilarating abyss below. With the crowds murmuring like a restless sea, Emma faced her reckoning, a decision looming like a monster under her bed. Could she truly abandon the merchant, whose life offered stability wrapped in gilded chains? A snicker escaped her lips at the thought of herself as the heroine of a rom-com, caught between the brooding artist and the rugged businessman, with a cliffhanger that could rival any Hollywood film. Her heart thrummed with the pulse of possibilities, igniting her spirit as if her very soul had been doused in gasoline and set ablaze. But stepping into the light of Nathan's world required a bravery that felt both exhilarating and terrifying, like being propelled from a plane without a parachute. There was only one way to find out if she could fly. As the confrontation escalated, Nathan's passion bubbled over like a pot of boiling stew, while the merchant's resolve solidified like concrete hardening underfoot. Emma watched the scenario unfold, a surreal ballet of emotions pirouetting before her very eyes. Finally, with a heart racing like a racehorse bursting from the gate, she took a deep breath, feeling the primal urge to break free from the bonds of expectation. It was in that moment, amidst the murmurings of the crowd and the cacophony of clashing desires, that she made her choice like a warrior wielding a sword of truth. With a fierce glint in her eye, she stepped forward, ready to embrace the exhilarating leap into the unpredictable world of love with Nathan, letting the whisper of fate guide her into the embrace of an uncertain but thrilling new chapter. The aftermath of the festival hung in the air like the sweet scent of roasted chestnuts, mingled with the faint echoes of laughter that still danced in the village square. Emma stood at a crossroads, quite literally, as she gazed down the narrow paths branching before her, illuminated by the last embers of daylight. Her heart raced like a wild stallion, but not from fear. It was anticipation. She could almost hear the spirited whispers of the villagers as their gossip bubbled under the surface like a pot of boiling soup at a family gathering. They'd seen her with Nathan, the tall, brooding gentleman, with a smile that could light up even the darkest corners of her heart. And they wondered, would she dare to pursue this stirring love, or fall prey to the merchant's well-tailored charm? The choice had never felt so weighty, and yet here she stood, ready to embrace her destiny. As if summoned by her inner turmoil, the merchant approached, his silken cloak brushing against the cobblestones with each arrogant step. "Come now, my dear Emma," he offered, his voice as oily as the fish left behind after a long day's market. "Why settle for a rambler like Nathan? With me, you will want for nothing." Oh, the audacity. She could almost taste the bitterness of his words, sharp as day-old bread. In that moment, Emma felt a surge of rebellious energy, like when you finally douse a bad habit with ice-cold water. She squared her shoulders, preparing to peel away from his prying grasp, knowing full well that the legacy she wanted to carve was not with a fortune, but with a love that felt electric. As if every time Nathan looked at her, the world blurred and zoomed in on that tiny, perfect moment. With her heart thundering like a battle drum, Emma tore herself away from the merchant's grasp, feeling the weight of his disbelief wash over her like a cool breeze brushing against her skin. She could hear the villagers gasping, their reactions a delightful mixture of shock and approval, like the taste of freshly baked bread followed by a hint of jam. She walked, no, she practically danced towards Nathan, her heart rousing with every step, like a steady drumbeat, encouraging her to follow that yearning of the heart. And when she reached him, the world fell silent. The vibrant colors of the festival faded into the background as his gentle gaze enveloped her with warmth, igniting a fire within that even the fiercest storm could not extinguish. Here, At this crossroads, she felt not just a choice, but a burning imperative to embrace the kind of love that others only dream of in the pages of their favorite stories. Together, Emma and Nathan carved their path through life, hand in hand, allowing the whispers of the villagers to turn into songs of admiration. They danced around the mundane moments, like spinning in the fields beneath a blazing sun, or curling up together as they watched the stars twinkle above their little cottage. Under the vast canvas of the night sky, they created memories that would etch themselves into the very fabric of their village's history, teaching the villagers that love could conquer even the most insurmountable challenges. And oh, how they laughed, like two mischievous kittens romping through a sun-dappled garden. Their love story was not just a tale of moments. It became a vibrant tapestry of resilience and joy, inspiring stories passed down like heirlooms through generations. As time went on, the legacy of Emma and Nathan flourished and became the stuff of legend, much like the enduring tales of heroes and heroines twinkling through the ages. They were the embodiment of true love, echoing through the rambling streets and dusty corners of their village, reminding everyone that love does not merely survive, it thrives. Each stolen glance, tender touch, and shared laugh was a ripple in the fabric of time, teaching the villagers that life would hurl challenges like a relentless wind. But true love could stand tall, unyielding, even in the tempest's eye. The stories morphed into a folklore with a figurative wink, each retelling embellished with humor and a dash of melodrama, ensuring that the essence of that love was never lost. Generations later, their tale would elicit both laughter and sighs, proving that a love like no other could indeed conquer all, leaving indelible footprints on hearts, much like Nathan and Emma's footprints across the fields of their youth. In the quaint village of Eldoria, where the cobblestone streets twisted like the tales of oldie, a love story brewed beneath the shadowy gaze of ancient mountains. Here, Elias, the humble blacksmith with hands as calloused as a well-worn tome, hammered away at his forge, filling the air with the sizzling sound of metal striking fire. Meanwhile, Lyra, the bright-eyed daughter of Lord Penrose, danced as gracefully as a leaf caught in a whispering breeze, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing between their families. The stark divide between their worlds felt wider than the river that snaked through the village. Yet the secret of their connection sparkled like sunlight on water, unseen, yet profoundly felt. Hidden glances and soft smiles became their weekly rendezvous, igniting a clandestine flame that made them both feel as alive as the crackling embers in Elias' forge. Their secret meetings by the riverbank breathed life into the mundane routine of Eldoria. As they sat on the mossy stones, surrounded by the chatter of singing birds and the shimmering dance of dragonflies. Laughter would spill from their lips like sweet nectar, both delicious and dangerous. Lyra often teased Elias about his soot-streaked cheeks. Jesting, he looked like a raccoon trying to find its way through a coal mine. But beneath the banter lay the truth of her heart. Each secret rendezvous meant stealing precious moments together, where she could brush her fingers against the warmth of his forearm and inhale the intoxicating scent of iron and fire clinging to him like a second skin. In those sacred instances, the weight of social expectations melted away, leaving just Elias and Lyra their dreams, fears, and whispered hopes mingling with the gentle rush of the river's current. Yet the blinkered eyes of Eldoria's villagers loomed like storm clouds overhead, always ready to rain judgment on the unusual pair. The whispers, like a pack of wild geese, would spread faster than a rumor about a dragon sighting Lyra, the noble's daughter, with Elias, the blacksmith. It was a clash akin to that of oil and water, with every disapproving glance aimed at their entwined souls. Old crones, sporting noses hooked like the beaks of crows, would cluck their tongues, weaving tales of doom, reminiscent of those dire warnings from long-forgotten fairy tales. But love, that notoriously obstinate creature, thrived in the unlikeliest of places, growing bolder with every clandestine moment shared, defying the odds, much like a certain group of rebels against an overbearing empire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in hues of crimson and gold, the air thick with anticipation and the sweet scent of wildflowers, Lyra and Elias could not help but feel the weight of the secrets they bore, with hearts beating like the relentless rhythm of a blacksmith's hammer. They understood their love danced a precarious dance on the edge of discovery. In a world where privilege wielded power sharper than any blade Elias forged, being together felt like scaling a waterfall without a safety net. The stakes felt as high as the tallest mountain peaks surrounding them, both thrilling and terrifying. Yet every moment spent together etched memories into their hearts, as if they were indeed written in the stars, far more permanent and beautiful than the disapproving stares of nobles and townsfolk alike. But as twilight deepened, their laughter faded into the whispers of the breeze that wrapped around them like a soft embrace. Elias often wondered if their love would endure the challenges ahead, much like the metal that bent but did not break under a skilled hand. Sporadic meetings felt like stealing candy from a dragon, a rush of excitement tinged with the fear of being caught. Still, there was an undeniable magic in the air, a sweet defiance that tasted like summer rain after a long drought. In the heart of Eldoria, where love teetered on the sharp edge of a secret, Elias and Lyra found solace by the river, holding onto a hope that one day the world would embrace their daring tale, much like the hero and heroine in a classic tale. Against all odds, they would find a way to forge their own destiny together. In the grand estate of Herrick Hall, the air crackled with tension as whispers danced through the gilded halls like mischievous specters. Lord Herrick, a man whose temper could rival a summer storm, paced the polished wood floors of his chamber, his face a thunderous mask of fury. The mere thought of his daughter Lyra risking her reputation on a union deemed unworthy fueled his rage, the very echo of their laughter turning bittersweet. Outside, the world was awash in hues of amber and crimson as the setting sun crept toward the horizon, casting shadows that could almost swallow whole the secrets brewed within those walls. Panic-stricken, servants exchanged furtive glances, aware that when Lord Herrick vowed to separate lovers, it was less a threat and more a foregone conclusion, like a poorly scripted soap opera brought to life by the clangor of swords and shattered dreams. Across the chasm of Herrick Hall's opulence, Elias found himself grappling with an inner tempest of his own. The handsome young blacksmith, with muscles tempered by years of labor, now felt as fragile as a freshly forged blade under the hammer. Each clanging beat of the forge felt riddled with inescapable pressures. The echoes mimicked the rhythmic thumping of his heart, stating the obvious. Time was not on his side. The scent of burning coal mixed with the sweet tang of sweat, evoking a sense of desperation that hung heavy in the air, gnawing at him. The thought of fleeing to save their love, like a pair of misguided, star-crossed fugitives, crossed his mind. Yet the notion tasted like bitter ash, far from the blissful sweetness he yearned for. Meanwhile, Lyra stood at the precipice of despair, her father's impending choice of suitor looming as large as the oak door sealed shut with disappointment. The lavish ballroom glittered around her like a gilded cage, the sounds of laughter and clinking goblets muffling her cries. A cruel irony that her heart was a prisoner in a palace built on stone and secrets. Each day, her father paraded eligible bachelors in front of her like farm animals at market. And just beneath her skin, she felt the heat of indignation rise, the aroma of lavender wafted from the bouquet at her side. A cruel reminder of what love smelled like, mixed with the sharp tang of impending loss. Here comes another one, she thought, rolling her eyes as if anticipating a spectacle more tiresome than the quirks of a reality TV star. That is, if she'd ever cared for such triviality. That evening, under the cloak of twilight, Elias and Lyra managed to steal a moment in the garden, the moon bathing them in a silvery glow, thick with unspoken words, with every brush of their fingers. Each fleeting touch felt electric, a reminder of what was slipping away from them faster than sand through their fingers. Lyra's breath caught, tasting of roses and desperation, as Elia's leaned closer, murmuring sweet nothings that sounded like the lyrics to a country song lamenting lost love. The tension was palpable, vibrating like the taut string of a lute. Their world was a tapestry of stolen glances, burning hearts, and the haunting melody of duty. Yet, amidst the passion and pain, fate had its own sense of irony, bustling in like an uninhibited party crasher at a royal ball. As their secret rendezvous reached a crescendo of confessions, the unmistakable sound of heavy footfalls echoed from the palace. Lord Herrick, with secrets of his own, prowled like a lion, resolved to crush this youthful folly. He pushed through the garden gate, and in a voice that could shake the very heavens, declared their lives would now be ruled by choices none of them desired. Their world, once vibrant and alive with the laughter of love, now felt as gray as the ash that coated their hearts. With a flicker of rebellion in her eyes, Lyra grasped Elia's hand, and though the odds were stacked against them like a game of Jenga ready to topple, she vowed to fight, not just for love, but for a life chosen on their terms, sparking a flicker of hope amid the impending darkness. As the sun sank behind the cobbled streets of Eldoria, casting long shadows that entwined like lovers lost in a passionate embrace, Lyra felt the weight of anticipation crushing her chest. The night before her engagement shimmered ominously, like the calm before a storm, with secrets flickering in the air as palpable as the smell of smoke wafting from the bustling tavern on the corner. In the flickering candlelight of her chamber, she brushed her fingers over the delicate engagement ring, a promise of a life to come. Yet her heart whispered of stolen moments shared with Elia's, their late-night rendezvous filled with muffled laughter and breathless glances. Each meeting left her yearning for more, like the last sips of a fine wine that linger on the tongue, sweet yet bitter. For the reality was ever encroaching, and the clock was ticking ominously toward an uncertain future. Elias stood beneath the grand archway of Lord Herrick's estate, the formidable facade looming over him like a scowling gargoyle. Heart pounding like a war drum, he summoned every ounce of courage, convinced that perhaps, just perhaps, he could win the Lord's favor. He was painfully aware of the weight of that title, like an anchor dragging him into murky depths. A favor to a gentleman's son who dared to court the daughter of wealth and standing. But as he presented his plea, scorn dripped from Herrick's lips like poison, each word slicing through the air, filling Elia's with despair. His future, once resplendent with the glow of possibility, suddenly felt as bleak and barren as a winter's wasteland, torn between passion and the suffocating grip of societal expectations. Both lovers grappled with a choice sharper than any blade. As Elias turned away, defeated and breathless, dark thoughts clawed at the edges of his mind, tempting him with the siren's song of escape. What if love was not meant to be? He wondered, like a hero who found himself at the end of a tragic story. Shadows danced in the corners of his vision as he paced. Breathing in the scent of damp earth mingled with the crisp night air. Each inhalation a reminder of the warmth Lyra brought into his life. It was one of those moments where the tide of fate crashed down, and he felt not like a man, but a flickering flame on the edge of snuffing out. Meanwhile, Lyra paced her chamber, her thoughts a tempest of longing and despair. Each step echoing against the cold stone walls like the ticking clock counting down her fate. She could almost hear the distant sound of fate's laughter, mocking her with the cruel irony that she was to marry a man she scarcely knew, while her heart soared for a defiant soul who dared to challenge the world around them. In the agonizing silence, she imagined the taste of freedom, bittersweet yet intoxicating, like dark chocolate melting on her tongue. But in the pit of her stomach, dread fermented as she fleetingly grasped the reality society's whispers were wolves closing in around them, urging her to make a choice that could lead to heartbreak or heartache. In that charged moment, amidst the cacophony of clinking goblets and muffled laughter from the engaged festivities below, Lyra and Elias faced the unfathomable weight of potential loss. Noses pressed against the glass of a painful decision. They were like two stars caught in a gravitational pull, drawn irrevocably together, yet threatened with a cataclysmic collision with their separate destinies. Reality bore down on them, a visceral awareness that love could both liberate and imprison, each holding a mirror reflecting the other's fears. In their desperate plight, a flicker of defiance sparked within them. What if they could forge a path unimpeded by tradition? As their hands brushed across the threshold of destruction, they hesitated, hearts pounding, realizing that love, though beautiful, was often a treacherous dance on the edge of a knife. The village square was alive with the clink of goblets and the hum of cheerful chatter as herbs and spices danced through the air, tantalizing the nose like a gourmet feast on a silver platter. Lyra stood awkwardly behind her father's opulent throne, silk and satin swirling around her, their vibrant colors clashing against her racing heart. The air thickened with anticipation. Children scampered about with sticky fingers and laughter, unwittingly unaware that the day was about to pivot on a single confession. A wedding ceremony was planned, one that should have been wrapped in joy. Yet Here she was, teetering on the precipice of rebellion, supported only by the weight of her unyielding love for Elias, despite the fanciful decorations and the sweet scent of wildflowers. All she could focus on was the fear of crushing her father's pride, a burden heavier than any gown she wore. As the festivities hit a fever pitch, the music crescendoed, resonating through the very stones of the village square. The sound of wooden flutes soared above the gathering, a melody of unity. Yet Lyra felt like an imposter in her own story. Suddenly, her breath hitched. A silence spread across the crowd like a shadow at noon, every gaze turning towards her, as if expectantly awaiting some grand proclamation. With a heart that felt as if it might leap free from her chest, Lyra stepped forward, her voice trembling but resolute. A wild and fearless spark determined to break through the constraints of tradition. I cannot marry Lord Herrick's choice, for my heart belongs to Elias. The words tumbled out, heavy and exhilarating, igniting chaos like a firecracker on a muted morning. Gasps erupted, shattering the festive atmosphere into 1,000 fragile pieces. As villagers exchanged bewildered looks, their expressions a delightful mix of shock and glee. Lyra's proclamation hung in the air like a live wire, crackling with energy as murmurs spread, quickening the pulse of confusion. Her father, Lord Herrick, clad in his grand ceremonial robes, a veritable peacock parading before the masses, stiffened at the edges, a vein in his temple twitching as though it were trying to escape the oncoming storm. It was a scene that would be etched into the annals of village lore. Yet, amidst the swirling chaos, Lyra sensed the air grow thick with irony. Here she was, a pawn in her father's game of power, turning the tables and flipping the script of fate in one passionate, reckless moment. Yet the weight of their eyes bore down on her like the sun on a summer's day. The villagers reveling in the delicious drama unfolding before them. Some laughed, others gasped, and a few grinned like old cats watching a mouse dance on hot coals. The bravado of her heart began to cool as she peered at her father, whose expression oscillated between disbelief and rage. A clash of pride and paternal concern blazed in his steely gaze, and Lyra milked the tension of the moment, holding her breath as she awaited his rebuttal. Would he choose the shackles of social reputation over the freedom of love? For a heartbeat, the world seemed to hang suspended, a frozen tableau where the fate of their hearts balanced on a knife's edge. Finally, Lord Herrick's voice broke through the electric silence, steadier than anyone could have expected. You speak of love, Lyra, but have you considered the price? He stepped forward, his imposing figure casting a long shadow, but it was the warmth in his eyes that softened her resolve. The river of chaos continued to swirl around them. Yet, In that flash of vulnerability, Lyra knew instinctively that a battle was brewing, a timeless tug-of-war between love and expectation. With her heart swelling like a tide ready to crash, Lyra took a breath and stood unflinchingly in the face of the storm. Here, in this vibrant village square, love took its first bold step, ready to dismantle the foundations of a world built on pride and ambition. And she embraced it, heart wide open, come what may, as the first light of dawn crept into the sky, casting a golden hue over the village of Eldoria. Lord Herrick awoke with a heavy heart, yet a curious lightness. His stout figure shuffled across the cold stone floor of his chamber, each creak of the wood beneath his feet echoing a thought that had eluded him for so long. Love, in all its absurdity, had pushed his boundaries. He had spent years wrapped in the oppressive cloak of tradition, but this morning it slipped from his shoulders like a well-worn blanket, revealing the blushing warmth of possibility beneath. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs outside his window, reminiscent of the heady scent of the village revelry he had long since tried to suppress. Perhaps, just perhaps, it was time to embrace the laughter of love instead of the burdens of duty. Meanwhile, in the heart of the village, Elias and Lyra stood like a pair of silhouettes against the rising sun, their hands entwined like vines that had found daylight after years of darkness. The villagers peered from their doorways, curiosity mingling with disbelief, as the couple prepared to face a world ready to vilify their union. Yet, in that moment, defiant joy sparkled in Elias' eyes, and Lyra's laughter rang clear and sweet as a church bell tolling on a Sunday. They were bound not just by affection, but by a fierce commitment to rewrite the narrative of their lives, away from scandal and shame, and towards something far grander. Maybe even something resembling a 90s rom-com, with a sprinkle of that cheesy folk music in the background. As if stirred by the couple's resolve, the villagers began to emerge, the cobblestones alive with footsteps and hushed murmurs. It was as if a veil had been lifted overnight. Eyes that once looked away now gleamed with acceptance, warmed by the thought that love could indeed defy the tyranny of custom. Children giggled, pointing at the couple like they were actors taking their first bow, while the scent of fresh bread wafted through the streets, a welcome backdrop to the dawning change. Even old Mistress Glenda, notorious for her sharply raised eyebrows, couldn't help but chuckle as she handed out loaves to the crowd with a knowing wink. It was the kind of irony one could relish, a village once steeped in judgment, now blossoming in its embrace of love. Just as paradoxically sweet as a too-ripe apple. At the edge of the village, Lord Herrick emerged, his robust figure softened by his newfound understanding. With a slight smile cracking his weathered face, he approached his betrothed. Tradition was no longer a golden chain binding him, but rather a shackle he gladly cast off. Elias, Lyra, he called, the strength behind his voice surprising even him. It rang like the joyous clang of a blacksmith's hammer over an anvil. Today marks the dawn not just of a new day, but of a new way. His proclamation hung in the air, thick with the possibility of a future, unchained from the weight of expectation. And the very ground seemed to tremble with excitement, like a child dancing in a field of daisies, as Elias and Lyra stepped beside Lord Herrick, hands still clasped like stars, holding their position in the cosmos against the night. The village erupted into jubilant cheers. It was a raucous cacophony. Banners twirled, pie plates shattered, and laughter echoed like thunder across Eldoria. The sun climbed higher, painting the village in hues of hope and joy, illuminating the faces of those who had once scorned, but now celebrated the audacity of love. In that moment, in the glow of sunrise and joyous noise, Elias turned to Lyra and said, "Well, if this isn't the start of an epic saga, I don't know what is." And with the sun as their witness, the couple took their first step towards their saga, ready to weave their own tale across the tapestry of Eldoria, leaving behind a legacy that would resonate through ages, just like a catchy pop song that refused to fade away. Under the twinkling chandeliers of Eldoria's grand hall, where golden tapestries whispered secrets of old, young Seraphina glided through the crowd like a sunbeam, piercing through storm clouds. She wore a gown of shimmering sapphire that sparkled with every step, yet her heart was anything but light. As the orchestra played a lively waltz, the sweet scent of blooming night jasmine and roast pheasant wafted through the air. But it was the intoxicating allure of a stranger that stirred something deeper within her. Across the dance floor, a figure caught her eye. Leo, the daring commoner whose spirited laughter seemed to slice through the humdrum of nobility. Oh, if only the walls of societal expectation, as thick as Lord Roderick's mustache, didn't loom between them like a poorly written romance plot device. Seraphina's breath hitched as their gazes locked, and in that electrifying moment, the world faded into a blur of silks and cravats. Who cared if she was the daughter of the most feared lord in the kingdom? For once, she was not a puppet dancing on strings. She was a woman aflame with raw desire. The sound of laughter danced around them, mixing with the clamor of the banquet, a symphony of privilege that felt like a cruel taunt. She could almost hear her father's booming voice in her mind, calling for propriety, while Leo's roguish grin beckoned her towards a realm of thrill and ambition, much like a modern-day Robin Hood. But alas, this was not Sherwood Forest, and the stakes were not merely a matter of stealing from the rich to give to the poor. They were woven into the very fabric of their identities. As Leo stepped closer, the intoxicating aroma of cedar and earth enveloped Seraphina, mingling with the heady perfume of rose oil she had applied in eager anticipation of this night. The lavish ball might have been a showcase of wealth, but within its gilded confines blossomed an urgent truth that pulsed between them. "I know who you are," he whispered, his voice as smooth as the finest Eldorian silk, sending shivers down her spine. His boldness ignited a spark of rebellion in her, the kind that made her heart flutter like a captive bird longing for the sky. Yet, just as she leaned in, the shadows of her father's tyranny crept behind her, an iron grip of expectation that coiled around her courage, reminding her of the chains that bound her to duty and family reputation. What would happen if we danced? She thought, butterflies waging war in her stomach as she imagined what it would feel like to betray her father. For just a moment of carefree revelry, the laughter of the other guests, like bubbles rising to the surface of a boiling pot, became a distant echo, and all that mattered was Leo's outstretched hand, beckoning her to join him in a fateful dance. A rich crimson hue crept across her cheeks as she considered the bold act. A noblewoman waltzing with a commoner. The very thought sparked both thrill and terror. Would the scandal travel faster than the summer breeze, or would her heart propel her forward, shoving aside the murmurs of outraged matrons? After all, life was short. Who could resist a chance to rewrite the rules of this dreary plotline? As they lost themselves in the rhythm of the music, the world around them faded even further, plunging into a dusky blur of swirling gowns and effervescent laughter that felt less like laughter and more like the sly chuckles of fate itself. Seraphina knew well the dangers that lurked, not just in her father's ever-watchful eyes, but in the whispers of the court, primed to ruin a reputation as delicate as the petals of a rose. Yet in Leo's arms, she tasted freedom, and this brief interlude shimmered with the promise of adventure and rebellion. The taste of danger was fizzy, much like the champagne bubbling merrily in crystal flutes, intoxicating and giddy, a secret carved amidst the facade of elegance and power. Little did they know, this royal encounter would be the first spark in a fire that could ignite a rebellion, and perhaps a love story for the ages if they dared to dance on the edge of chaos. In the moonlit gardens of Eldoria, where the scent of blooming jasmine mingles with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Leo and Seraphina danced between shadows like whispers of the night. Each stolen glance set their hearts racing faster than a galloping steed, and every brush of their fingertips felt electric, igniting a flame that defied the very laws of their embattled world. They met in hidden alcoves, the walls adorned with climbing vines that shielded them from prying eyes, their laughter as soft as the rustling leaves. Yet, amidst the sweetness of their intimacy, lay an undercurrent of danger, a reminder that their love was a delicate flower in a tempest, and one ill-fated move might send them sprawling into thorns. Oh, but sweet Seraphina had a knack for the dramatic, often likening their rendezvous to forbidden rendezvous from the stories of their childhood, where star-crossed lovers were doomed to dance in the shadows, much like their own romantic escapade, sans the tragic ending. At least, they hoped so. But alas, in every romance, one must contend with the schemers lurking in the dark corners of society. And for Leo and Seraphina, that was none other than Lady Evelyn, a woman with ambition sharper than a dagger. Her eyes glinted like polished schemes, hidden beneath the layers of silk she wore. With every sly grin, she nibbled on the edges of possibility, setting her sights on exposing the young lovers. Her suspicions brewed like a storm in a teacup as she watched them from her perch in the corner of every lavish banquet. To her, the court was a chessboard, and revealing their secret would be the checkmate she so desperately craved to humiliate her rivals. The irony was not lost on Leo, for he often joked that their love was practically a competition worthy of America's next top model. A situation only slightly less scandalous than the reality show, but nevertheless fraught with exposure and heartbreak. With each passing day, Leo and Seraphina felt the tightening grip of scrutiny, like a vice around their expanding hearts. The tension was palpable, crackling in the airstream as they exchanged secret notes laced with longing and humor, weaving their love language into metaphors of flowers and stars. They packed kisses into the space between their words, but even the most fervent imaginations couldn't mask the gnawing fear that Lady Evelyn would unearth their passion. As they hid behind the lush foliage during twilight rendezvous, every rustle of the leaves made their pulses race, not from romance, but pure adrenaline. The thrill of the chase was intoxicating, yet terrifying, as they clung to hope like a lifeline amidst the chaotic fluctuations of court politics, where alliances were as fragile as the glass goblets they dined with. Yet, despite the looming threat, the sweetness of their affection painted their dangerous game with colors brighter than a Van Gogh masterpiece. Leo was ever the poet, mollifying their plight with gallant odes to Seraphina's hair, which shimmered gold under the moon. Your hair cascades like those Muggle fairy lights, brighter than the overhead lanterns in banquet halls. He'd chuckle, and she'd roll her eyes, blushing, wishing desperately that they could flaunt their love openly. If only there were no angry noblewomen or power-hungry courtiers lurking at every corner, plotting a soap opera-worthy downfall. But in those secret gardens, time folded in on itself, and the world around them blurred, leaving only the intoxicating whirl of their affection, that magical elixir of stolen glances and secretive kisses that rendered the rest of Eldoria a mere backdrop to their vibrant escape. As the shadows grew longer and the walls of Eldoria whispered their secrets, Leo and Seraphina knew their love story hung by a thread. Each heartbeat echoed the urgency of their situation, reminding them that the stakes were higher than court gossip. This was love against the odds, and their lives were but pawns in a grand game of power. Cautiously, they plotted ways to maintain their connection, each scheme wilder than the last. A secret staircase, a hidden path through the marketplace, even the mischievous carp in the pond that seemed to share their rebellious streak. For every evening they spent apart felt like a year endured in exile, and they longed to emerge from the shadows and stand as one against the dark forces bent on tearing them apart. And so, in the heart of danger, beneath the looming specter of Lady Evelyn, a passion surged, one that was destined to either shatter their world or set it ablaze. A delightful chaos of broken rules and wildfire hearts, two souls forever entwined amidst whispers in the shadows. In the dim light of the castle's candlelit corridor, love had finally blossomed between Seraphina and Leo, two souls bound by secrets and stolen moments. They hid in the shadows like thieves of joy, their laughter echoing softly against the stone walls, a defiant note to the oppressive gloom that encased them. Seraphina, a vision of ethereal beauty draped in silks that rarely saw daylight, felt free in Leo's presence, her heart a wildfire, alive and crackling with passion. But as fate often loves to meddle, the fragile sanctuary they had built began to crumble when the heavy door swung open and Lord Roderick emerged, a storm cloud in a nobleman's attire, fury radiating from him like a beacon. The intensity of his gaze pierced through their tender moment, kicking the heart of romance squarely in the ribs with no hesitation whatsoever. Lord Roderick, ever the puppeteer of his domain, wasted no time before revealing the dagger hidden beneath his fine velvet cloak. "You dare to defy me, Seraphina," he spat, his voice low and dangerous, a successful amalgamation of wrath and heartache. He threatened her with the kind of fate only horror tales dare to recount, a marriage to a cruel suitor whose name chilled the blood in anyone's veins. Control over the throne. Leo's heart raced, weighing the cost of their love against the likelihood of tyranny. The bitter tang of betrayal nipped at the air, sharp enough to cut through the vibrant sweetness of not-so-separated giggles and adoration. The once jovial laughter between Seraphina and Leo faded into the grim reality of their circumstances, leaving in its wake a haunting silence that echoed louder than a king's order. Seraphina's heart sank as she realized the potential havoc their love could wreak. It wasn't just love at stake, but a war for autonomy against the looming shadow of patriarchal tyranny represented by her father, who was more puppet master than protector. Leo, consumed by a broiling storm of emotions, weighed heroism against the lingering fear of loss. Would he risk it all for a chance to fight against the whirlwind that was Roderick? Betrayals whisper like ghosts through the cracks of their hearts, casting doubt into the depths of their affection. As the tension climbed higher than a falcon on a thermal, Leo and Seraphina began to craft an audacious plan, knowing that in this deadly game of thrones, the cost of love was often spelled misery. They exchanged daring glances that lit up their faces with hope in the midst of despair. But trust felt as slippery as wet grass underfoot. Whispers of betrayal echoed, sprouting like weeds in a meticulously tended garden, as each ally became a potential adversary. Stifled scents of damp stone and earthy musk filled the air, a reminder of the castle's looming presence over their fates. They sought strength in one another, for even hope could seem like a misfit in the roulette of power plays surrounding them. Determined to break from the chains of convention, the couple ventured deep into the catacombs of their own desires, to weave a narrative that encapsulated both rebellion and romance, aided by the flickering light of hope against the encroachment of despair. Their bond became an unbreakable thread connecting them to a future unwritten. Yet, every footsteps echoed like a drum roll of fate, leaving them caught between the fiery pull of passion and the icy grip of impending doom. With every beat of her heart, Seraphina could feel betrayal lurking in the shadows, reshaping their truth into a potential tragedy that could destroy them both. But together, they would face their enemies and unravel the tangled web of loyalty and love. For in the end, the heart and its betrayals became the most powerful ruler of all. As the day dipped into twilight, an orange glow swept across the rugged battleground, casting long shadows that danced with tension. Leo, a young man forged from the fires of desperation and love, stood resolute, sweat glistening on his brow like morning dew on a wildflower. He clutched his sword, its blade reflecting a hint of the fading sun, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. Today was no ordinary day. It was the day he would challenge Lord Roderick, a man as feared as a dragon guarding his treasure, for the hand of the captivating Seraphina. The winds carried the scent of damp earth and impending storm, a harbinger of the clash about to unfold. as hope and dread clashed within his soul like thunder in the heavens. Across the field, Lord Roderick loomed, a mountain of arrogance clad in polished armor that glinted like a predator's fangs. His very presence sent shivers through Leo, who could almost hear the sarcastic whispers of ghosts past echoing. "What are you thinking? Challenging a lord?" But Leo's heart sang a different tune, one composed of love's fierce melody, drowning out the doubts that crept in like shadows. Seraphina stood at the edge of the crowd, her breath quickening as fear etched itself onto her delicate features. The tension crackled in the air, thick enough to slice through. One could almost taste the iron tang of conflict rising as the two men squared off, swords drawn like angry stingers poised to strike. With a roar that broke the stillness, the duel began, swords clashing like thunder against lightning. Each strike was a heartbeat between life and death, a testament to their wills and unyielding desires. Leo fought like a hero, emerging from the pages of a romance novel, dodging and parrying, never forgetting the image of Seraphina that ignited his spirit. But the brute force of Lord Roderick came crashing down like reality on a dream, pushing Leo back a step at a time. Every clang of steel echoed through the kingdom like the laughter of the past, mocking the stakes of this brutal dance fueled by love and honor. And somehow, in that chaos, Seraphina's worried gasp became Leo's guiding star. In the heat of the battle, as sweat dripped from their brows like unsteady rivers, Leo stumbled upon a revelation that could seal his fate. He knew Lord Roderick harbored dark secrets. Whispers had floated through dimly lit taverns of a past tainted by deceit and cowardice. Summoning every ounce of courage, Leo shouted the accusation, revealing the Lord's clandestine dealings that could unravel his fine tapestry of power faster than a kitten in a yarn factory. The crowd gasped as if a sudden storm had swept the air from their lungs, and Roderick's fury morphed into visceral panic. Leo, emboldened by his discovery, seized the moment, each word like a dagger, navigating the cavernous heart of the battlefield, shifting the tide of their duel with a single, electrifying revelation. The duel reached a fever pitch, where love and honor collided with the ferocity of a love ballad turned rock concert, the kind that rattles the very bones. With renewed vigor, Leo pressed forward, his sword a flicker of silver in the gloaming light, striking with the ferocity of 1,000 romantic comedies rolled into one. Seraphina's heart raced alongside the furious tempo of the duel. She could hardly bear to watch, yet she couldn't look away. Drawn in by the magnetic pull of fate unraveling, the battlefield, once ominous and grim, became a stage for a tale of undying devotion and honor's retribution. Echoing in the annals of time, far beyond that fateful sunset. As the last clash of steel rang out, resonating in the air like the final chord of a symphony, the outcome had shifted. Destiny had chosen its champion amidst the shadows of power and the secrets of the heart. With the satisfying clang of swords and the last echoes of Lord Roderick's defeat fading into history, the air around Eldoria felt charged with hope. Seraphina and Leo, once bound by chains of secrecy and societal expectation, now reveled in a newfound freedom that tasted as sweet as ripe strawberries on a warm afternoon. Their laughter bubbled over the cobblestone streets like a spirited brook, while the vibrant colors of the marketplace seemed to cheer them on fruits hung low on the branches. A riot of colors swaying in the gentle breeze, as if nature itself was celebrating the couple's triumph. But as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows, they knew the fight for justice, a battle far from over, waited just beyond the horizon like a grumpy troll guarding a bridge. Still, the weight of their love felt lighter than air, propelling them forward into the unknown, hand in hand, like a couple escaping an overzealous vampire at a garlic festival. As they waded deeper into the murky waters of politics, the couple was met with a thrilling mix of allies and adversaries. Seraphina, her elegant figure draped in rich emerald fabrics that complemented her fierce spirit, navigated grand halls where whispers of their romance stitched together a tapestry of gossip. Are they the Romeo and Juliet of our time? Some sneered, while others offered them a knowing wink, as if holding the keys to secret passages which only the brave would tread. Leo chuckled, recalling how they had once been merely clandestine lovers, but now found themselves at the epicenter of a potential revolution, fending off the huffs and puffs of those whose ornate robes trailed behind them like angry clouds on an otherwise sunny day. Little did the nobles know this love story would weave itself into the very fabric of Eldoria's lore, a plot twist that no brooding bard could have anticipated. But every silver lining has its cloud, and in their quest for equality, our fearless duo encountered a smattering of dragons, metaphorical, of course, but just as daunting. The remnants of Lord Roderick's influence lingered like a bad smell from last week's fish market. And King Alden, affectionate yet oblivious, was torn between his duties and the murmurings of those who clung to the dwindling power of the old regime. The royal court buzzed with tension, their heated discussions crackling like static before a thunderstorm, each voice vying for influence in a game of thrones that could make or break lives. Yet amidst the noise, Leo and Seraphina formed unbreakable bonds with the common folk, giving voice to the silenced and rallying the downtrodden as if they were descendants of Robin Hood himself. The laughter of children echoed through the streets, their innocent joy a reminder that beneath the armor of duty and tradition lay the heart of a kingdom yearning for change. Underneath the regal chandeliers of the grand castle, moments of laughter and camaraderie were interlaced with heated debates, and the clanking of goblets filled to the brim with the finest mead. Imagine Leo challenging a pompous lord whose belly shook like a bowl full of jelly, all while trying to hide his amusement at the man's garish, feathered hat. Seraphina expertly maneuvered through the crowd, her wit and charm like a spell that paved the way for their unified vision, equal rights for all citizens, be they noble-born or lowly peasant. They were dreamers, yes, but the kind that didn't just make wishes upon distant stars. They strategized under the swaying lantern,